you're here.
All right. Okay. Hold on. Let me. I just want to alert the public. We're just having some technical issues with some board members. So we will sign on the record shortly. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record, and sorry for the delay. We were having some technical difficulties this morning, so I apologize for the delay. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with, we're on the record, in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABBR's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis. Mr. Grandis. And Mr. Grandis was here. I saw him on my screen a couple of minutes ago, but we're going to move on. But Mr. Grandis is here. He was on my screen a minute ago, so I will count him present because he should be back on online in a couple of minutes. Before we get underway, the board has, although there are currently 5 members on this call today, and we do have a quorum to conduct business. But as I stated before, Mr. Grandis will rejoin us in a couple of moments. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases on our morning calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning is a protest hearing status for case number 22 PRO 00040 on Cage Mimosas, license number 120889. Good morning, Ms. Foshman. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Please stand by. Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Jeff Kupfer, your rights have been elevated. And Carla Lewis, your rights have been elevated.
Good morning. Carla, the only person I cannot see is Carla Lewis. Carla Lewis, do you have a camera you can turn on? Carla Lewis, are you there, please?
I am here. Can you not see me now?
I cannot see you, but I can hear you. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a show cause hearing status for Uncaged Mimosas. Can I have, let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Good morning, Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the applicant, and that is SIDON YOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Ms. Lewis, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
It's Carla, Karlam, Lewis, Lewis. And I am the advisory neighborhood commissioner for 5E06, and this restaurant is in my single member district.
Good morning, Ms. Lewis. Your internet connection is poor, so I'm having some difficulty hearing you. But from I think what you stated that you are Carla Lewis and you represent the ANC. So good morning, Ms. Lewis. All right, Mr. Kupfer, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Jeff Kupfer, Jeff. Last name is Kupfer. I'm a managing member of Hart Wardman LLC, which is the owner of a budding property at 302, 304 Florida Avenue.
All right, so you are an abutting property. You are an abutting property.
To the applicant location.
All right, that's fine. All right. Ms. Giannis, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
No preliminary matters for the applicant.
Ms. Lewis, I can see your Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis. I'll come back to her. Mr. Kupfer, are there any preliminary matters as on behalf of you, the abutting property owner, sir?
No preliminary matters that I'm aware of. We're still working through some of the issues that have been identified.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis. Miss. Ms. Foshman, can you please, I think Ms. Lewis is asking for her rights to be elevated. I see she's on my screen twice, so I'm not quite sure what's going on, but she had placed something in the, all right. So can you please unmute, I think she's on her phone, so can you please unmute her phone, please, Ms. Foshman?
I sent her the request.
Can
on-
you
Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Lewis.
can you see my video now too?
Yes, I can see you. Yes, Ms. Lewis. Okay, good morning. All right, so the question I was asking you, Ms. Lewis, are there any preliminary matters that you need to turn your phone the other way so we can, because your side, yes, you're perfect now. Thanks. Are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Just that we're currently still in process of negotiating a settlement agreement.
All right, well, thank you. All right, thank you. This matter then, if this matter is not resolved, it is scheduled for a protest hearing on August 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Do the parties understand the protest process, or do I have to read the instruction for them?
I do have an issue with the protest date of August the 10th. I will be out of the country and I will not be present. Do not fly back in until 8:30 in the evening.
All right. Part of the problem is that Miss Lewis, this is for a new license. So the board has a specific deadline when we have to have a hearing. I am not sure if the licensee does not agree. I am not sure what options we have in moving the date, because I'm not sure how close we are to the end of the process. So go ahead. You want to say something, Ms. Ioannis?
Sure. I just wanted to say the applicant at this time cannot agree to a continuance that's far out. We are very close to a settlement agreement. I believe that we can address this issue if we don't get it resolved next week.
Fine. So, as I stated, Ms. Lewis, I am sympathetic to the fact that you will not be here for that date, but because it's a new license application, we have a certain timeline that we have to issue a decision. And if the applicant does not agree to an extension, then the board cannot do that. So I'm hoping that the parties can negotiate a settlement, and maybe if they're unable to negotiate a settlement, then maybe they can negotiate with whether or not they would want to extend the timeline to move the protest hearing. But that's the parties would have to agree, because the board cannot change the date because of specifically this is an application for new license. Okay.
I understand. We discussed this before, but I just wanted everyone to know that I will not be available.
If we have the hearing, maybe you would have to have someone else from the ANC represent you if the parties if you're unable to have a settlement agreement, and if the parties are unable to agree to a mutual timeline. Okay.
Okay, that may be difficult because the ANC is off the month of August, but we'll see.
As I stated before, I know that if the parties, if it has to be done, it has to be done. But as I stated before, by law, because this is a new application for a new license, the board cannot extend the timeline unless the licensee agrees. And
Okay,
so
I understand.
Yeah. All right. So as we are right now, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on August 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The parties, if there are any questions that the parties has throughout the process, you're welcome to call Miss. Just one thing, I'll just remind each party: 7 days before the hearing, you are required to submit a PIP. The PIP has to be submitted to the other party and also to the board. And if this is not done, unless reasonable, you can provide the board with reasonable cause why this was not done. We might prohibit you from introducing documents and witnesses that were not disclosed 7 days before the hearing. So if you have any questions or concern, please call Miss Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942, and she can, or by email, and she can assist each party with any type of technical issues that they might have. Who is Elaine Rehas, Rigas? Is that person for this case? No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right, fine. All right. Okay,
Mr.
so-
Anderson, Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry, can I just ask, what is it one needs to submit within more than 7 days?
7 days. If there's a PIP, you basically, if you're gonna, hold on. The documents and witnesses that you're gonna rely on. So if you're gonna call
For the hearing.
witnesses
Okay,
or rely on documents, you need to disclose that 7 days before the hearing. And that's it. You can contact Miss Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942, and she can provide you some basic instruction what needs to be done.
thank you.
I keep on seeing in the chat that Miss Elena Rehas, she's saying, is she an abutting property owner? Are you Mr. Cupter? Do you know who this person is?
I believe, as I see in the chat, she's actually for a different matter. She's for Costas.
All right, okay, fine. She keeps on. All right, I'm just saying she keeps on popping up to say I'm in this case. I need to be. All right, so thank you very much, Miss Johannes. I hope I wish you luck in your negotiation, and we'll see what happens. But as I said before, if the matter is not settled by law, we have to move forward with the protest hearing on August 10th at 1:30 p.m. Okay, have a great day and good luck in your negotiation.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00037, the Spriggs, license number 120472. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the other parties in this case, please? I see that Ms. Johannes is already here.
Please stand by. Brian Romanowski, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
I see that Mr. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me have everyone please spell and state their name for the record, and let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the applicant, and that is Sidon, excuse me, Yohannes.
So I think this is Mr. Romanowski. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Hi, good morning. This is Brian Romanowski, ANC for 2F01. It's BRIAN, and my last name is ROMANOWSKI.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
None for the applicant.
None for the ANC.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on August 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I see it appears that you are double booked that day, Ms. Johannes. All right, so August 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Romanowski, do I need to read the information for a protest hearing? Are you familiar with that, sir?
I'm familiar, thank you.
I just want to remind both sides that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to disclose your PIP. If the PIP is not disclosed, the board has the authority to prevent you from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Good luck with your negotiations, and if not, we will see you on August 10th at 1:30 p.m. for this protest hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next case is case number 22 PRO 00034, Georgetown in West End, Costas Rumbar, license number 109462. Ms. Jenny Henson will recuse herself from participating in this case. So Ms. Fossborn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Elaine Rigas, your rights have been elevated. Sally Blumenthal, your rights have been elevated. Michael Miller, your rights have been elevated. Elizabeth Hack, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Thank you very much again. I think Ms. Rigas is saying that she's having some problems. So maybe Ms. Foshburn, if you can elevate her rights, that she said she's having some problems. I'm not quite sure. Okay, there she is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is the protest hearing for application to renew the license for Georgetown West End Costas Rumbar. So let me start off by having the representative of the licensee introduce himself for the record, please.
Yes, Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee Labit LLC, and that's SIDON YOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Ms. Rigas, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
It is Elaine Rigas, ELAINE RIG as in George, AS. Rigas, thank you.
What's your relationship to this case, ma'am?
I am the abutter. and protesting it. Thank you.
Good morning. Ms. Blumenthal, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Anderson, Chairperson Anderson. I am Sally Blumenthal, SALLYBLUMENTHAL. I am a protestant. I am the president of the board of directors of 22 West, a condominium. We are directly across New Hampshire Avenue from Costas.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Miller, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, hi, this is Michael Miller, MICHAEL, representative of Gelman Management and the Savoy Apartments.
Good morning, sir. And Ms. Hack, can you please spell and state your name and identify yourself?
Elizabeth Hack, ELIZABETH, Hack, HACK, and I'm a resident of 22 West with my unit on New Hampshire Avenue, which is directly across from Costas.
All right, this matter, are there any preliminary matters that any other parties need to bring to the attention of the board? I'll start with you, Ms. Ioannis.
None for the applicant.
And let me see, Ms. Blumenthal, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We are in a position where we will never be able to reach settlement with Costas. We need to go to protest.
Well, any other issues that any other preliminary matters that any other party wish to bring to the attention of the board?
This is Elaine
sorry,
Regas. I'm the abutter. I agree with Ms. Blumenthal. Thank you.
All right, well, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 14th at 1:30 p.m. September 14th at 1:30 p.m. We will have a protest hearing.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, man. Okay. Before there's a preliminary matter that I needed to. I'm not doing my homework. It's my understanding that at the roll call hearing, there were only 4 members present at the whole roll call hearing. And so preliminary status was given to the protester. It was only preliminary status was given to the protestants. So Ms. Ioannis, who was at the roll call hearing?
I have these 4 individuals: Elaine Regas, Sally Blumenthal, Michael Miller, Elizabeth Hack, and another male, and I need to pull the name right now. I'm pulling the name.
Who was at the roll call hearing?
I can answer the question.
If you could answer it, you can go ahead. But I have another.
I can tell you who was at the. I know who was at the hearing.
I'm sorry, who was that? All right, because we need 5 members. It's my understanding that there was conditional standing was granted to the group of 5 or more at the roll call hearing, and what needed to occur today is for one party who was not at the roll call. Do we have someone here today who was not at the roll call hearing?
Oh, Elizabeth Hack.
So Ms. Hack, you were not at the roll call here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Foshbon Ms. Ioannis, at the roll call hearing, there were 4. How many people were at the roll? Who was at the roll? How many people were at the roll call hearing?
There were 4 at the roll call hearing, but Ms. Hack is the new individual that has appeared here that was not at the roll call hearing. There's another. I have another name, but there was another male resident that was at the roll call hearing.
So I'm sorry. You're raising your hand, and let me hold on. Let me see it. So Ms. Blumenthal, do you have something to say, ma'am?
Yes, I can explain to you who was at the hearing, and we had 5 people there. I was there. Elaine Regis was there. Florence Harmon from West End Place was there. She, I think, was there by phone. Michael Miller was there. And the person that was there from 22 West, who was unable to be here today, and Ms. Hack is his substitute. The other man is Ross Heckinger. That is 5 people. It was a little confusing, but there were 5 protestants.
But that's fine. We have someone here today who was not at the roll call hearing, and so my
Yes.
record states that we needed to ensure that there is one additional individual here today who was not at the roll call hearing. So
That
with
is correct. She was a substitution that we proposed. That is correct.
So, and since as far as it's I just want to, as I said before, to correct the record that I was told in order to grant full standing to the protestant group, there had to be one individual here today who was not at the roll call hearing. And so since Ms. Hack is here today and she was not at the roll call hearing, I then make a motion that full standing be granted to the protestant. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I abstain.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0 with Mr. Grandis abstaining. All right, so full standing has now been granted to the protestant group of 5 or more for the protest hearing on. So now the protest hearing then is now scheduled for September 14th at 1:30 p.m. Do I need to provide instructions? I mean, the major instruction that needs to be provided to the parties is that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to do a PIP. And with the PIP, you are required to disclose the documents and the witnesses you wish to call on at the hearing. Because these hearings are now done virtually, each side you'll have 1 hour to present your case, and each side will not be allowed to call no more than 5 witnesses. Okay, so I just want to alert you to that. Are there any other questions that anyone else wants to bring to the attention of the board?
We're good.
No? All right, so we will see you then on September 14th at 1:30 p.m. for this protest hearing. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. If you have any questions, you're welcome to contact Ms. Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942. So if you're trying to figure out how to do the PIP or just technical issues, not substantive issues, but technical issues like how to do something like that, you can contact the agency and we will provide you with guidance how to do that. Okay.
Can you provide the phone number again, please?
202-442-6942. Imani
Thank you.
Moreland. All right. All right. Thank you very much and
Thank
have
you.
a great day.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I think I have one more.
I'm sorry, was who had protested? And I think who protested this? The
Casa?
ANC, yes, the ANC protested it also?
No, they did not. It was the abutting property owner and the group of 5 or more.
Because I was looking at the list that we had the ANC, and I'd seen earlier that Mr. ANC 1B Dan Orlansky had stated that he was not sure how long he could stay on the case. But you're saying that he was not, the ANC was not a protester.
Well, they were not, and Mr. Orlaski is actually an ANC commissioner for another district. So he's from 1B. This ANC was 2A.
Well, I guess I'm sorry. All right. Oh, okay. I'm looking at my list wrong. I'm sorry. All right. The next case in our calendar is case that, you know what it is, Miss Johannes, because you're on today. So all right, you're on today for all these cases. All right. Normally we have an AG for the day, but you are the attorney for the day, since we don't have someone from the Attorney General's office. Okay. The next case then is case number 22 PRO 00033, 1942 DC, license number 70728. And I guess this is a case that Mr. Orlansky needs to be elevated. So Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate Mr. Orlansky for this case, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you very much. And I don't believe there's anyone else who needs to be elevated for this case. All right. Okay.
Good morning, Sidon Johannes on behalf of the applicant, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning again, Ms. Johannes. Mr. Orlansky, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Daniel Orlaskey, DANIEL ORLASKEY, Commissioner for ANC 1B02.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. All right. Ms. Johannes, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No preliminary matters at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Orlansky, are there any preliminary matters in your case?
No preliminary matters.
Thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on August 31st at 1:30 p.m. All right. Since there were no preliminary matters, I just want to advise both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to complete a PIP to disclose the documents and witnesses that you'll be relying on in the hearing. If this is not done, the board might prevent either side from relying on documents and witnesses that has not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. And also because these hearings are now done virtually, you'll have 1 hour to present your case, and you can call no more than 5 witnesses. Any questions any questions by anyone?
None for the applicant.
And if you have any questions.
I do have one question.
Yes, Mr. Orlansky, go ahead, sir.
I have 2 status hearings today. I didn't catch which one this was for. So this is
for 1942.
1942. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. All right. So as I said, if you have any questions, you can you are welcome to contact Miss Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942. Okay. All right. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you. And I've concluded my matters for today. So have a good day to all the board members.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. You have a great day. And I believe, all right. You're from NC 1B, Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
All right. Okay, fine. So you can stay on the line. All right. The next case that we have is case number 22 PRO 00035 VIP Lounge, license number 119910. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the other parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. And Lynn Johnson is not present. Thank you.
Is Mr. Johnson is from the same ANC, Mr. Lansky?
Mr. Johnson represents the WNA, the Westminster Neighborhood Association.
Okay, I apologize. So is Mr. Johnson?
I believe that these were combined. I'm not sure if that's been done yet, but I think that might be the confusion.
I'm sorry, what's there?
So there were originally two protests. This was combined into one protest with the ANC and the WNA together. So I am appearing on behalf of the protestants.
Mr. Bianco, all right, hold on. Let me have the parties identify themselves, and then we can address preliminary.
Sure, Richard Bianco.
Mr. Bianco, can you please, hold on, please. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, please?
Yes, Richard Bianco for the applicant, first name Richard, last name Bianco, Bianco.
Good morning. Mr. Orlanski, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. Daniel Orlaskey, DanielOrlaskey, Commissioner for ANC 1B02.
All right. Now it's my understanding, I'm looking at the information that was given to me, that this matter was being protested by two parties. Is that correct, Mr. Bianco?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Anderson.
And we only have the ANC today. And who are the two parties who protested this matter?
It's ANC 1B and the Westminster Neighborhood Association, WNA.
The Westminster Neighborhood Association is not here today.
As a result of that, Mr. Anderson, we would move to dismiss their protest.
Since they are not here, this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing status at 10:30 this morning. These are virtual hearings. It's 11:25. And the Westminster Neighborhood Association is not here. So since they're not here, and it is required that if you are protesting, you have to show up at the status hearing, I'm going to make a motion that the Westminster Neighborhood Association be dismissed from this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We're going to have a roll call vote on that motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. So the Westminster Neighborhood Association, they'll receive notice, and they will be granted 10 days to appeal this matter, to give us good cause why they were not here today. If they do not appeal this matter within the 10 days, and for the board to consider whether or not they have good cause why they were not here today, they are permanently dismissed from having standing in this case. What that means, Mr. Olansky, if we're moving forward with this hearing, you can, if they want to participate, you could call them as witnesses, sir, but they do not have their own standing to move forward unless this matter has been overturned. All right. Are there any other preliminary matter, by any other party?
None from the applicant.
Mr. Orlansky?
None from the ANC.
All right, then this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on August 8th at 1:30 p.m.
Mr. Anderson, I actually have that for August 31st, but I could double check the date with the agency.
My record says August 8th, and so I will. Were you given that date, Mr. Orlansky? Was that am I correct?
I don't have it in front of me. I can do the 31st. That's also fine with me if that's better for Mr. Bianco.
No, either is fine. I just wanted to get clarification on the date. I'll follow up with legal to make sure we're.
Hold on, I'll try to get a response right now.
Yeah.
I'll get you a response in just let's hold on for a minute and I'll give you a response. While I'm waiting to get the date, I just want to remind both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to do a PIP. This is for the renewal. Yes. This case is for the renewal, the application to renew the license. Yes. 7 days prior to the hearing, both sides are required to do a PIP. If a PIP is not done, then the board is empowered to prevent each side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. If this matter goes to a hearing, because the hearings are done virtually, you are limited to 60 minutes to conduct your case, and you are prohibited from calling more than five witnesses. All right. This matter then is scheduled for the protest hearing on August 31st at 1:30. So the hearing, this is the renewal case, and it's scheduled for the protest hearing on August 31st at 1:30 p.m.
This just one quick question. This is for the renewal, not for the substantial change, right?
This is for the renewal. This is for the renewal.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. So August 31st at 1:30. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
You're welcome. All right, the next case on the calendar, we have a fact-finding hearing on District Space, license number 112204. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? I believe that we're looking for Dolores Paul, Karen Jackson, Mark Ruiz, and I believe those are the parties for this case. I'm not sure if there's anyone else online for this case.
This has been accomplished, Chairperson.
All right, Miss, I see, I'm sorry. I don't see Miss Jackson, I see Mr. Ruiz, and I see Miss Paul, she's on my line. So we're waiting for Miss Jackson. All right, Miss Paul, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am? Miss Paul, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. All right, we're waiting for. Is anyone else joining you here this morning, Miss Paul, or you're the only person?
I'm the only person because I just received the notice yesterday, Monday in Miami. I live in Miami.
All right, thank you. All right,
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Foshma just has to give Ms. Jackson her rights, and she's ready to go.
All right, Miss Foshman, can you please elevate Miss Jackson, please?
Ms. Jackson is not present.
Give me one moment. I just saw her on the screen, so let me see what's wrong.
I see her on the screen. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. All right, let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with let's start with the licensee. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am, Miss Paul?
Dolores Pohl.
How do you spell that, ma'am? It's been transcribed. That's why I asked everyone to spell it, their names, please.
Oh, Dolores. Then last name is Pol.
And who are you? This is regarding retailer class caterer's license for district space and a tavern license for your district space regarding. Are you the owner of these two licenses, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
All right, Miss Jackson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
You say spell my name?
Yes, ma'am. And identify
Karen
yourself.
with the K, Karen, Jackson, Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
All right. Now, this is a fact finding here regarding two cases. District space Abra license 112204 located at 3522 12th Street Northeast, and a retailer class C tavern listed as your district space, license number 087727. The Abra records are reveal that both licenses are owned 100% by Dolores Pohl, according to Abra's official licensing file. In March of 2022, Mr. Dimas Lubianka, L-U-M-U-K, Mr. Mukanda, L-U-M-U-K-A-N-D-A, filed a renewal application for the caterer's license. Mr. Lubianka also filed a change of officer application on December 10th, 2021 for your district space CTE license. It was determined by the licensing division that the application should be a stock transfer. Basically, the information that what we have is that Ms. Paul is listed as 100% owner of the license, and so whatever action that needs to be taken has to be initiated by Ms. Paul. So I just want to just have some basic information, ma'am, before I'll have you start off. So I'm gonna call first off, let me start off with Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you please, for the record, just identify there are two licenses, a tavern license, a caterer's license. So just let us know what the numbers for the tavern license, also the numbers for the caterer's license, and the address and who are the owners of these licenses.
Okay, so the first is Abra number 087727, which is the Retail Class C Tavern, business entity Your District Space LLC, trading as Your District Space. It's located at 3522 12th Street Northeast. The second license is a caterer's license, ABRA number 112204. Your District Space LLC is the entity and District Space is the trade name. And that license is also located at 3522 12th Street Northeast. Both licenses are owned by Ms. Dolores Poe.
And so they're owned 100% by Ms. Paul, is that correct?
100%, yes.
Now, it's my understanding that at some point the board canceled these licenses and then reinstate the licenses. Are these licenses still active, or are they in, as far as the board's records are concerned, are they still active or are they in safekeeping?
So the tavern license is active. The caterer's license is up for renewal.
Now, when you said it's up for renewal, so did they, because it's a caterer's license, this license was up for renewal in March of 2022. Was this license renewed?
So a renewal application was submitted. However, we were unable to process the application because it was not signed by the 100% owner.
So who sent you a renewal application for this license?
So the renewal application we received March 16, 2022 was submitted by Damas Lumaconda.
Now, who is Mr. Lubaconda?
According to our records, he is the agent.
All right, so now did the owner sign off on the application, or was it just the agent who submitted the application?
The agent signed the application. That was the March 16th application. We didn't process it, but later another one was submitted, so.
All right, so I'm sorry, so you're saying now what I'm sorry. So tell me the status again of both the caterer's license and the tavern license, please.
Okay, so the tavern license is active. The caterer's license is up for renewal, which should have been renewed by March 31st, 2022. We did receive an application for the renewal on March 16, 2022. However, we could not process the application because it was signed by Mr. Lumaconda.
I'm sorry. So as far as Mr. Lubaconda is concerned, what information does the agency have regarding his relationship to this entity?
We have him as an agent.
Now, does the agency have any management agreement signed by Ms. Paul authorizing Mr. Lubaconda's control and use of the license?
No.
Do you have any, I'm sorry, who are you? I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. What is your position in the agency?
My position in the agency, I am the licensing officer for the licensing division.
And what does that mean, you're the licensing officer for the licensing division?
So I supervise the licensing specialist.
So meaning that you would have, is that correct, that you would have access to all the application that comes in regarding any type of license for the agency?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, are you aware whether or not any application has been filed specifically by Ms. Paul regarding either the tavern license or the caterer's license?
No, Ms. Poe did not submit an application.
Now, based on the information that you have for the role of Mr. Lubakanda, do you know whether or not he has, at least has anyone provided the agency with information to say that he has the authority to sign the renewal application on behalf of Ms. Poe?
No.
All right, now, so you also stated that a renewal application was submitted on behalf of Ms. Paul to renew the caterer's license in March of 2022. Was payment received for the renewal application?
No, we did not process the March 16th application. However, on June 10th, an application came in with Ms. Poe's signature on it, and Mr. Lou Makonda they added him as 10% ownership on that application.
Now, was there a check submitted? Was there a check submitted with the application?
No. So what happened is when the application came in, they had what they need to process the application with Ms. Poe's information. However, I flagged it because I noticed there was a 10% ownership that were not supposed to be there.
What do you mean it wasn't supposed to be there? What do you mean the 10% ownership that wasn't supposed to be there?
Because we have no record of him being added to the license.
So explain the process if someone wants to change the ownership status. What is it that's supposed to be done, at least from the licensing division is concerned?
So you can add an officer from 0 to 49%. It's a change of officer. However, when we received the change of officer application, it had him as 90%. That's a stock transfer. So, and if you do 50% or more, we need an ABC application to process the stock transfer.
And who would
the supporting documents that go with that.
And who would this application? I'm sorry. And who would this application come from?
The application can come from the from Mr. Lubakanda could have signed the application. However, he has to provide us with the supporting documents that says with a purchasing agreement or some type of affidavit saying that this has been given to him. But usually we get like a purchasing agreement, a bill of sale, or a settlement statement that states why this application is being transferred.
And has the agency received any of this information?
No. No.
Now let me ask you a question. In servicing these two licenses, have you had any contact with Ms. Poe?
I only spoke to Ms. Poe yesterday. That was my first time talking with her.
And what was the nature of the conversation?
Well, originally I thought she was calling me to say, hey, I want to cancel the license, but that didn't happen. She told me she was going to show up for the hearing. So I told her that was her choice and she could show up for the hearing, but we just needed to be clear on ownership. She expressed to me that she wanted to transfer the license to Mr. Lumakonda.
But she hasn't submitted any paperwork currently to have that done.
No, not at this time, no.
Now, if this is now July, and the caterer's license was supposed to be renewed in March, so why is this license still active?
The cease and desist list go out today. However, I flagged it because I needed to be clear of ownership. When the June 10th application came in with her signature on it, the specialist was preparing to issue the license. And I said, no, don't issue that license because I need to find out why this 10% is here. Although we had her signature, we could not say why that 10% was there. So I needed to be clear on ownership before we let this application go forward.
Now, let me ask you, so in order for, what needs to be done as far as the caterer's license, this for this license to be renewed? Because you're telling me that the caterer's license has not been renewed. So in order for this license not to be on our cease and desist agenda, what needs to be done by the owner to keep this license active?
So they need to submit a stock transfer application if I'm not sure what his ownership would be, if he would be 100% owners or maybe a 10% owner. It's not clear to me what the ownership is. I'm not sure what it is that they're trying to do. I just know that when we get an application, I notice there are 2 signatures or there are 2 people and we only have approved 1.
But what we're saying, but also what I'm asking is that this license has not been renewed. So we have a license that has not been renewed. Is that correct?
We have a license that's being held from the renewal based on ownership. I don't want to say that we cannot renew the license because we have her information. We're just not clear on ownership. And I don't want to renew a license and it's in someone else's name. Or someone else has ownership of a license that's not board approved.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any other board members have any questions that they want to ask Ms. Jackson? Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Ms. Jackson, thank you for your information. When this application came in for renewal, it came in and the application was filed forgetting the names and who owns it. The application itself, was it filed timely for renewal?
I guess when you say the application, well, the first application we received was March 16th. So that was filed timely. However, it didn't have the right ownership.
Right. Okay. So when licensing realized that while the application came in, does the agency, in this kind of situation, does the agency send a notice or letter or some type of communication to the owner of records and let them know that there's a problem at that time?
Yes.
Can you just for our record let us know what steps the agency usually takes in a situation like this?
So the application was emailed to us and we just emailed back and let them know that we didn't have the proper signatures. So eventually they resubmitted the application with Ms. Poe's signature. However, they still put Mr. Lumaconda on the application.
Yes. Yeah, I understand. And do you may not have this in front of you, but what is the mailing address that you have for the owner of record? Or if you don't have that, that's fine.
I do not have that before me. However, I can go to the system and look it up.
No, that's not necessary.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? All right. I need you to stay there. I'm going to move on to, I'm going to call another witness, and then I'm going to have you respond, Ms. Paul, and then you'll get an opportunity to ask questions of anyone. But let me, so I'm going to call Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, sir.
First name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
And can you, what's your title, your job description for the agency, sir?
I'm an investigator with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, in which my duties include inspecting and investigating ABC licenses within the District of Columbia.
Let me raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about the CT license, and tell me about what information, if any, do you have regarding the CT license for district space?
We're able to the CT license, the property itself is vacant and under remodel. The business license was revoked as of June 29th, 2021, according to DCRA records. Lead investigator Felicia Dancer conducted a site check and found the building to be unoccupied by the tavern and in the process of a remodel. And that's basically what I have for that.
So the caterer, I'm sorry, so the tavern license is no longer at the location, is that correct? What's the location? What's the address that we have for the location of that license?
3522 12th Street Northeast.
And you're saying that there is not a tavern with this name at that location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, is this license in safekeeping?
I looked at records and it does not indicate it is in safekeeping.
So, but the license says that it's an active license at a location. Is it correct that it says that it's an active license operating at a location where you're saying that there is no such location? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now let's talk about the caterer's license. Have you had any contact with the owner of that license?
I did have a conversation actually with Miss Pohl back, I believe, early December, during the course of an investigation, in which I was able to actually contact her directly.
And so what was the nature of this conversation you had with Miss Pohl in December?
It was in regards to the ownership of the catering license and violations that were being assessed at the time, written for the catering license, in which she informed me at that time. She actually sounded surprised, because she said she was not involved with the license for several years, and that it was supposed to be transferred over to Mr. Lumaconda.
Now, but how did she explain that transfer to Mr. Lumaconda?
She was under the impression that it had already been transferred by Mr. Lumaconda himself.
Do you know whether or not there's any pending application to transfer this license out of Miss Pohl's name to any other individual?
No, just what Ms. Jackson explained today. That's all I'm aware of.
All right. Any questions by any other board member of Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, can you give, for the record, any history you have of the catering license at 3522 12th Street, Northeast?
I have some investigative history that I could give for you.
I would appreciate that for the record, please.
The first case on the history dates back to November 26, 2021. That was case number 21 CMP 79 for several violations, to include no ABC manager, storing alcoholic beverages without approval, selling alcoholic beverages without food, failing to post a license at the event, transferred ownership without approval, which that matter was a OAG matter, which was settled with an OIC. February 1st, 2022, written warning was issued for failing to file a catering report. And then most recently, another violation was written May 13th, 2022, case number 22-CMP-40, to include no ABC manager, failed to provide alcohol invoices, stored alcohol beverages on site without approval, transfer of ownership without approval, and interference with an investigation. This matter has not been adjudicated yet.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members? All right. Okay, Miss Paul, this is a fact-finding hearing, and so as far as let me explain to you, a fact-finding hearing, the board is trying to gather information about where we are. I'm not going to swear you in because a fact-finding hearing are normally informal. And so we're gathering information, and then the board will determine based on this information that we received today, whether or not we will refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for further action, or we'll just say we're satisfied with the answers that we have today, and we don't need to ask any other questions. So Miss Paul, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? And yeah, identify yourself for the record, please.
Dolores Paul.
Now, it's my understanding that you are 100% owner of 2 licenses. Can you, a caterer's license and a CT license to own an establishment? Can you confirm that for the record, ma'am?
Yes, that is correct.
So what is your role? What's your role in the business?
So originally I got a license for a restaurant that I had at 3522 12th Street Northeast. And then I ran the restaurant for a long time. And then it's now in remodel. It's being remodeled right now. The whole building was torn down and now it's being built again. It was like more of a rehab, but they built 3 condos on top of the building. So it's right now the business is not in operation because it's just being finished. It's like about maybe 6 months out. Then we got a catering license also for events outside.
Now, how long ago did you close? How long ago has the restaurant been? How long ago has the restaurant not operated?
It's been a while. It's probably been a long time because when we closed the restaurant and then we were only doing catering in the restaurant. So like we had events inside the restaurant, but we weren't open like 9 to 5 on a regular 5-day week. So the restaurant actually was torn down maybe 2 years ago.
But were you aware that if the restaurant was not operating over 2 years ago, that if you wanted to maintain that license, that were supposed to put the license in safekeeping?
I actually wasn't aware of that because we were continuing to pay the license. We just thought we just weren't using it, but I didn't know I needed to put it in safekeeping.
Well, it's because this license is not in operation. So in order for you to maintain this license, you have to this license you either cancel license or you have to place this license in safekeeping, ma'am, and that needs to be done like pronto. Because
Okay. Yeah, I can do that right away. Like I was actually looking some stuff up last night and I think that a good idea would be to put both licenses in safekeeping and then figure this out as quickly as we can.
Now, one of the reasons why we have this hearing today is because is that we receive an application to renew the caterer's license from Mr. Lubakanda in March of 2022. Did you authorize Mr. Lubakanda to represent you on behalf of this license renewal of the caterer's license in March?
Yes, so I'll just tell you sort of what happened. So I did speak to Mr. Reese, and when he called Reese, Mr. Reese.
Who's Mr. Reese?
Oh, I guess Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. So I spoke to him, and I did think that the license was being, transferred. And then when it wasn't, then Mr. Luca Conda, I call him Damas, and I put the application in March to add him to the application, and I did authorize that. And then I sent an email to someone at Abra. I think her first name is Kelly. I can't look at my emails because I'm on this phone at the same time, but her name is Kelly, and I said, well, I thought that this was already done, and then she said, no, you guys had to do it in the wrong form. So we did the right form again, and I signed it. So I had been in contact back and forth with Abra about it, and then I signed the application. So yes, I was aware of all that. So when I signed the application, I thought that, okay, now Damas, Mr. Luca Conda, is on the license, and we're working out if we're going to completely transfer it over. We were working that out later. So so we did all that, and yesterday was the first time I spoke with Miss Jackson, and she told me that that was the wrong thing to do, that I needed to do a stock transfer. So all that's how all that happened.
Now, there's been some concerns by the agency as far as the caterer's license, and there's been some enforcement actions. And I guess as of recently, that we had a hearing, and Mr. Lumakanda had appeared at the hearing, and he agreed to pay a fine of like $1,250 for a violation that had occurred. Were you aware of that, and did you authorize that?
I was aware of that, yes, and I authorized that, and I'm happy to pay that right now, today or tomorrow, whatever you want, and then just put everything in safekeeping until Mr. Luca Conda and I figure out what forms need to be filled out and how we do them correctly.
Now, can you tell us what is your current business relationship with Mr. Lubakanda?
So he was in charge of these licenses for me. So he was managing those licenses, and currently we're figuring out how we're going to do this. So either I'm going to transfer the whole thing over to him, or we're going to be partners. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out.
Now, are you aware that the basic business license for your tavern, your restaurant, that expired in 21?
Yes, because since it's under construction, I haven't redone it because they need to go into the building.
So, but if you don't have a current business license, then I'm trying to figure out, how do you have a current license to say that it's operating at a property that you don't have a business license for it to operate?
I guess that's a good question. I can look into that. I'm gonna call and see what we can do about that.
Now, so tell me about you. So you're saying where the restaurant was located, that building has been transformed. So do you have an active lease for the space? Do you own the building, or do you have a lease to maybe return to the space to operate the restaurant at that location?
Yes, I have an agreement with the owner that as soon as the building's ready, that I have that building it's mine. So I have a lease currently that I'm not paying money on it, but until when the building's back up and running and he gets the equipment back in the building, then I'm ready to start up again.
All right. Now, I know you initially spoke about paying the fine. So there's a fine of $12.50 that you're prepared to pay. So you can contact Ms. Walker at our office. Her phone number is 202-442-4418. So I would like you then you can contact Ms. Walker to make arrangement to pay the current fine. Now, at the same time, you also need to have further conversation with Ms. Jackson, because we have two licenses. One license, the tavern license must be placed in safekeeping because it is not operating. So that license has to be placed in safekeeping immediately.
No
Either
problem.
it needs to be canceled or it needs to be placed in safekeeping immediately. And you also need to have further contact with Ms. Jackson regarding the continuing operation of the caterer's license, because there are some significant concerns with ownership. And if there are some procedures that need to be followed by you if you're transferring ownership of, because the license says that you're 100% owner. And so therefore, if you are no longer 100% owner of the business, you as the owner is responsible to contact the agency to make changes to the agreement. Some other person cannot make changes to the agreement, to the ownership status, if you have not provided this information to ABRA or initiated this information with ABRA.
I will do that today. I'll call Ms. Walker and I'll send an email to Ms. Jackson about next steps, like what we're going to do with that. And I think for now we'll just leave. I'll submit it in writing, the relationship between me and Mr. Luca Kama, and then we'll move to the next steps with that.
Any questions by any of the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have.
Go ahead, Mr. Short. I can't hear you. I cannot hear you, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Poe. I'm very familiar with your establishment right there by Catholic University and that wonderful neighborhood over there, Brooklyn. I just like for you to, and the reason why I wanted Investigator Ruiz to read the record of what's going on with your catering license is, I just like some assurances as a board member that you're going to monitor it a little closer, because those violations, some of them were very serious. And it's in your name, so we would like that, especially knowing that nice neighborhood where your business is located, when you do open back up, Mr. Luma Conda or whomever else that you partner with, we'll monitor it a little closer as to the activities of the license, and that they're lawful. Can you give me some assurance of that, please?
Yes, of course. You know, I'm Brookland is very important to me, and we never really had any problems at all with Abra or anything else at the restaurant. And I assure you that it will. I will keep a close eye on this, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for coming in and making us feel a little more comfortable. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sure. Any other questions by the board members? Any questions that either the board members, Ms. Jackson or Mr. Ruiz, you have Ms. Paul, any questions you want to ask her?
No, I think I'm okay.
So, in bringing this matter to closure, Ms. Paul, these are what, at a minimum, are required from you. Since for the CT license, because it's not it's not operational, the license either has to be canceled or it needs to be placed in safekeeping. And that needs to be done immediately.
Okay.
The caterer's license, we're in a renewal status. So that license has not been renewed. So the agency either need to issue a cease and desist order or something, or you need to provide instructions to the agency what should be done with this license, because it has not been renewed, and it was supposed to have been renewed by March 31st. And so this license has not been renewed since March 31st. So there has to be decisions that needs to be made immediately.
So,
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, what were you saying?
Excuse me. If I go ahead and send something to Ms. Jackson about letting her know that Mr. Lukakamba is a 10% owner now, in writing, will that be enough to issue the new license, to issue the renewal?
You need offline, you need to contact Ms. Jackson, and Ms. Jackson will let you know what the proper form and procedure that needs to be followed if now Mr. Lubikanda is an owner of the establishment. And so therefore, you offline, you need to contact her and you need to explain to her what the business relationship is, and the agency will inform you of the process to follow if you are making changes to your management, to the ownership of the facility, or if you also, if you are still the owner and you are having Mr. Lubakanda manage the property, the license, then you need to provide us with a management agreement. You need then to provide us with a management agreement to state this is in writing. So I would say that you need to contact Ms. Jackson, and she will provide you with some directions that needs to be, because she does not know, the agency does not know your business model. You have to provide the agency with your business model, and we will provide you with information, the proper forms, how to facilitate what it is that you are trying to do, ma'am. I believe that Ms. Jackson might have had a question. You have a question, Ms. Jackson?
I guess my question is, if the license for the CT, the business license, is expired, then I'm sure the license for the caterer is expired as well.
As I said before, Ms. Jackson, I mean, I'm directing Ms. Paul to give you a conversation, to contact you and the agency. There are certain things that the agency must do. We have a caterer's license. We have a tavern's license for a business that has not operated for some time now. And that license must be placed in safekeeping. So that's the first, that needs to occur because we have on the record that the owner of the license has stated to us that this business has not operated physically in a number of years. And so therefore the agency needs to inform the licensee. Now we are aware that it's not operational, so the agency needs to advise the licensee what steps that needs to be taken regarding this license.
Okay.
Hold just 1 minute, please, Mr. Short. So that's the first thing that needs to occur regarding the tavern license. And then as far as the caterer's license, we have an active application for a renewal, and there are some concerns there. So whatever the guidelines are to renew the license, if you need a basic business license for the caterer, if we don't have one, then clearly, if that's one of the requirements to renew the license for, irrespective of what's provided by the licensee, if a basic business license is one of the documents that required, And if they don't require that, if they can't provide that, then the agency needs to issue a cease and desist regarding this license. That's between the licensee and the agency needs to make the decision. Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I'm in order, I would like to make a motion that
What's the
we
motion, Mr.
put a cease and desist on both licenses until everything is straightened out with licensing. And that at that time, we take the cease and desist off once licensing is satisfied that all the requirements have been made.
Any discussions by any of the board members? Any discussion by the board regarding the what was stated by Mr. Short?
I second Mr. Short's motion.
I was going to ask what's another second. Let me then we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson. I can't hear you, ma'am. Ms. Hanson has put a thumbs up saying that she agrees since I can't hear her. So, Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis said that he agreed, and Mr. Anderson said that they agree that that the board will issue a cease and desist for both license, for both the caterer's license and the tavern license. So the agency is instructed to immediately issue a cease and desist, and we're making that information based on what was provided here today. And one of the reasons why that motion is supported, the owner of the license has advised us that at least the tavern's license has not been in operation for several years, and our rule and the regulations require that if the license is not in operation for a specific period of time, that it must be placed in safekeeping. I don't have the regulations in front of me for the time period, but I know at a minimum, if this place has not been in operation for more than 30 days, the license must be placed in safekeeping. So that has to occur. There are some significant concerns regarding the operation of the caterer's license, in the sense that it was supposed to have been renewed in March, and it has not been renewed as yet. And so the agency needs to take some action while the owner has provided us with some clarification about where we are. All right, so Ms. Paul. Ms. Paul.
Yes.
All right, so as I stated before, a motion was made that the agency is going to issue a cease and desist order regarding the caterer's license and the tavern's license. I would instruct you that if you have spoken to Ms. Jackson, and I would instruct you to immediately follow up with Ms. Jackson to the agent and to explain to the agency what is it that you are trying to do, whether or not you want to maintain these licenses, and the agency will provide you with guidelines. How can you maintain these licenses if this is what you intend to do?
Okay, thank you.
Any questions by anyone else before we move forward? I bring closure to this hearing. If there's nothing else, then this matter is concluded. Thank you for appearing, today, Ms. Paul. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
The next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00001, Luna Restaurant, license number 112282. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? All right. And so we also have an interpreter. So, can we, so Ms. Foshman, you need to elevate the licensee, the interpreter, and the government. Mr. Estrada, can you?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Before I go on the record, I was told that you had requested an interpreter, so we're waiting for the interpreter to join us. Do you want us to wait for that person, or it's your call, sir. We're waiting for the interpreter to join, so you tell me what you want us to do. We can wait, or we can move forward.
Actually, if you don't mind, if you have a question, if you ask you to repeat me that question, we can move forward.
All right. Okay, so I know that you had asked for an interpreter, but we're waiting for the interpreter, and so you have authorized us to move forward without the interpreter present at the moment. And what you have asked us to do is that if you have a question, you will ask us to repeat that. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government, please.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Cenci, COLLINCENCI, representing the District of Columbia today.
Good morning, Mr. Cenci. Mr. Estrada, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah. Tomas Estrada, TOMAS ESTRADA.
What's your relationship to this place, sir?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner. Now, this matter was scheduled for a show cause hearing today. Prior to moving forward with the show cause hearing, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, there are, Chairperson Anderson. I also believe that the Spanish interpreter is waiting for their rights to be elevated. Pamela Payan.
Miss Payan. All right. I see her on my screen. So Miss Payan, when you are, I would like you to, if you have a camera, please turn your camera on, please. All right, Miss Payan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, hello, my name is Pamela Payan. That is P-A-M-E-L-A, Payan, P-A-Y-A-N.
Good morning. Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to faithfully translate these matters from English into Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your abilities?
Yes.
All right, so that's Mr. Estrada, and you are his interpreter. All right, so it's my understanding, Mr. Estrada has, I think that he understands, but I will, you don't necessarily, well, yeah, he understands, but the important parts I'm going to make sure that you translate for him. Where we are right now is that I've asked the government, are there any preliminary matters? And the government was about to let me know what the preliminary matters are. So maybe you can translate it for Mr. Estrada, please.
Señora Estrada, buenas tardes. Yo soy la intérprete el día de hoy. Le voy a estar interpretando lo más importante. Lo que están ahorita los panelistas haciendo es que van a preguntarle al gobierno si hay algún asunto preliminar del que deban de estar al tanto.
Perfecto, gracias.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Sensi, what's the preliminary matter that needs to be, that you bring to the attention of the board?
Chairperson Anderson, yesterday, Mr. Estrada and the district were able to reach an offer in compromise in this matter. And I would be glad to read those terms onto the record to resolve this matter.
All right, what are the, I'm sorry, you can translate that, please, ma'am.
Ok, entonces el día aquí de ayer, el señor Estrada y nosotros nos fue posible llegar a una oferta y a un compromiso para poder entonces resolver este asunto.
All right, go ahead, sir. What are the charges?
To resolve charge 1, failure to follow security plan, a violation of DC Code Section 25823A6. This charge is resolved with a warning.
Para resolver el cargo número 1, el de no estar en cumplimiento con ciertas regulaciones de acuerdo con el estado de DC, entonces esto se va a resolver con una advertencia.
To resolve charge 2, allowing the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose, a violation of DC Code Section 25823A2. This charge is resolved with an agreement that the licensee will pay a $30,000 fine within 120 days of the board's order, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid, and serving a 30-day suspension with all 30 days to be served. That suspension will begin tomorrow, July 14th, 2022, and run through August 12th, 2022.
Para el cargo, resolver el cargo número 2, el estar utilizando un lugar ilegalmente de acuerdo con el código 25823A2 de DC. Para poder resolver esto, se ha llegado a un acuerdo que tendrá que pagar el que tiene la licencia una multa de $30,000, o si no, dentro de 120 días a partir en el día que se haga efectiva esta orden. De lo contrario, su licencia podrá ser suspendida indefinidamente y va a haber un periodo de 30 días de suspensión que tienen que ser servidos, y estos van a comenzar el 14 de julio del 2022 hasta el 12 de agosto del 2022.
Ok, una pregunta nada más. Cuando dice que el establecimiento está usado para hacerse cosas, ¿me puede explicar, o sea, el cargo por qué es?
Excuse me, when you mention about the establishment, can you explain what the charge is about for this one?
What was the charge for charge number 2?
This is charge 2, allowing the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose.
What's the factor? I think that's what he's asking. What was that, the underlying?
Yes, the underlying facts for this charge are related to an assault that establishment security committed against a patron of the establishment, and the owner also physically attacking a patron as well.
Ok, entonces el cargo número 2 tiene que ver con permitir que en el establecimiento se llevara algo ilegal, y esto más específicamente tiene que ver con una agresión que se llevó a cabo por parte de alguien de la seguridad a un cliente, y también que el dueño atacó a un cliente.
En lo, el cargo está bien, pero definitivamente el security sí lo agredió. Yo solamente lo detuve, no, yo nunca le pegué a la persona, a la otra persona. O sea, no sé
Yes.
por qué dicen que yo lo agredí, cuando la verdad no fue así.
Well, the charge is fine. Security did assault that person. Just simply held the other person. I don't know why it's being said that I assaulted someone when I just stopped them.
Can you just let them know that where we are right now is that the government is saying what the agreement is. And so the board is not making any determination. At the end of the OIC, the board will vote whether or not they will accept it or reject it. And so that's basic. We're just listening. We're just listening to the agreement that was made between the parties.
Entonces, ahorita el punto en que nos encontramos es que el gobierno está diciendo cuáles son los cargos. Nosotros estamos como junta escuchando cuáles son estos cargos, cuál es el acuerdo al que han llegado. No estamos tomando ninguna determinación, estamos viendo si los vamos a aceptar o rechazar. Solamente ahorita estamos escuchando.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
All right, number 3.
Resolve charge 3, interference with an investigation, a violation of DC Code Section 25H23A5. That charge will be resolved with a warning.
Y para el cargo número 3, el estar en interferencia con una investigación de acuerdo con el código de DC 25823A5, eso se va a resolver con una advertencia.
Okay.
Okay.
To resolve charge 4, tampering with evidence, a violation of DC Code Section 25823A10A. That charge is dismissed.
Entonces, para el número 4, que tiene que ver con la manipulación o alteración de pruebas, según en violación o en incumplimiento con el código de DC 25823A6, ese cargo va a ser desestimado.
And to resolve charge 5, superintending the establishment under the influence of alcohol, a violation of DC Code Section 25703. This charge is resolved with a warning.
Y el cargo número 5, por el estar atendiendo el establecimiento bajo la influencia del alcohol en incumplimiento del código de DC, este cargo se va a resolver con una advertencia.
Is this the OIC, sir?
Sorry, Chairperson Anderson?
Is this the OIC?
Yes, that is the entirety of the OIC.
Mr. Estrada, it's my understanding that the parties have agreed to an offer in compromise, and there are 5 charges in this case, and you have charge 1, charge 3, charge 4, charge 5 that the government will be issuing. The government will be issuing a warning for charge 1, charge 2, charge 5, and they will be dismissing charge number 4. But for charge 2, there is a $30,000 fine payable within 120 days. If the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid, and that there's a 30-day suspension with all 30 days to be served from July 14th through August 12th, 2022. Is this what you agreed to, sir?
Señor Estrada, entonces se ha ofrecido la oferta y el compromiso a la que han llegado las partes. Hay 5 cargos en su caso. Tenemos el cargo 1, 3, 4 y 5, en el que se le está dando una advertencia. Para el cargo uno solamente para el cargo y uno se está desestimando, el número 4, pero para el número 2 usted tiene que pagar una multa de $30,000 que tiene que pagarla dentro de 120 días a partir de que se ejerza esta orden. De lo contrario, su licencia va a ser suspendida hasta que pague la multa y si va a haber una suspensión efectiva y que se tienen que servir todos los 30 días en su totalidad, comenzando del 14 de julio del 2022 al 12 de agosto del 2022. ¿Es esto el acuerdo al que ustedes llegaron?
Sí, es el acuerdo y sí estoy de acuerdo. Lo único solamente para récord es de que cuando dicen la influencia de alcohol del que estaba manejando el lugar, los policías nunca le hicieron ningún test, nunca nada. O sea, no sé por qué es que dice de que estaba bajo la influencia de alcohol. Otra cosa es de que el de seguridad sí yo sé que lo golpeó. Él fue, o sea, suspendido inmediatamente. Y los demás cargos realmente no, para mí no. El cargo que sí fue fuerte es el de la persona de seguridad lastimó al cliente, pero él... Ujú.
Permítame. Yes, I am in agreement. We came to an agreement to this. The only thing that I wanted to say, so it could be on the record, is that I don't understand why the charge of the influence of the superintendent under alcohol, if the police never conducted any tests, they didn't do anything. And also, yes, I'm in agreement that the security did hit the patron and he did hurt him and he was suspended immediately.
Is that us? Did he finish? I know he was saying a whole lot. So was he done?
Señor, ¿ya terminó o iba a agregar algo más?
No, eso es todo. Muchas
No,
gracias.
that's it. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Is he aware that all right, so he's aware of the offer in compromise. Now, is he aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, that he's given up his right to a hearing?
Entonces, ¿está usted al tanto que al aceptar esta oferta en compromiso, usted está cediendo o dejando su derecho a tener una audiencia?
Sí, no, yo acepto el agreement. Eso sí.
No. Yes, I accept the agreement. Yes.
And does he also know that by accepting an offer in compromise, that he's given up his right to appeal this matter?
Y también le queda a usted claro que al aceptar la oferta en compromiso, usted está renunciando a su derecho de apelación.
Sí, está bien, sí.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
All right. Any questions by any board members? All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Estrada, for attending today.
Gracias, señor Estrada, por asistir el día de hoy.
No, gracias a ustedes por usar su tiempo.
No, thank you all for giving of your time.
I would like Mr. Estrada to know that we understand as a board how serious these charges are, as well as the remedies, and that we only do this rarely when the circumstances rise to such a level to against public health and safety of the public and his customers, as well as the staff and himself.
Quiero que a usted le quede claro que la Junta entiende qué tan serio es este caso y los remedios que para esto, y que también muy rara vez nosotros hacemos estas cosas, es solamente cuando la circunstancia es una amenaza para la seguridad pública, para la seguridad del dueño, para la seguridad de sus empleados y de sus clientes.
Sí, entiendo. Sí, gracias.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
And does he have any thoughts on how he would like to proceed if the board were to adopt the recommendations of the OIC as a licensee?
What? Hold on.
I'll take back the question, Mr. Chairman, and we can talk in offline, but thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Estrada, for attending today.
Thank you.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to make a motion that the board accepts the offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is charge one will a warning will be issued. Charge two, a $30,000 fine payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. And there's a 30-day suspension from effective July 14th through August 12th, 2022. For charge three, a warning. Charge four will be dismissed, and charge five, there is a warning.
Entonces voy a hacer la moción para aceptar lo siguiente ante la Junta. Para el cargo número 1 se va a dar una advertencia. Para el cargo número 2 va a haber una multa de $30,000 que tiene que ser pagada dentro de 120 días. De lo contrario, la licencia será suspendida indefinidamente hasta que la multa sea pagada, y va a haber una suspensión de 30 días comenzando el 14 de julio hasta el 12 de agosto del 2022. Para el cargo número 3, una advertencia. El cargo número 4 será desestimado y el cargo número 5, una advertencia.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. You can explain to him that the board voted 6-0 to accept the offer, the compromise that was made between him and the government.
La Junta ha votado, el voto total es 6 a favor y a 0, entonces para aceptar la oferta en compromiso.
And I just want the board plays no role in the negotiation. The parties present an offer in compromise, and the board either accepts it or rejects it, but the board plays no role in the negotiation of this matter.
Y para que quede claro, la Junta no desempeña ningún papel en la negociación. Las partes entonces presentan la oferta a la Junta y la Junta decide si la acepta o lo rechaza, pero no tienen ningún papel en este tipo de negociaciones.
Gracias.
Thank you. I also want to, since this case is over, I have certain agendas that I'm going to go over today, and I see later on today on our cease and desist agenda that the board will be issuing an order, which is independent of this case, that we are going to issue a cease and desist order regarding the license because he did not renew his license. Is he aware of that the license was not renewed?
Entonces, no relacionado con este caso, pero más tarde, el día de hoy, vamos a tener también una audiencia en cuanto a la licencia, en cuanto a cesar y desistir. ¿Estaba usted al tanto que su licencia no fue renovada?
No sabía hasta como unos 2-3 días. Me di cuenta de que la licencia no había sido renovada, pero yo ahorita voy a empezar a trabajar en eso para asegurarme que de renovarla.
I was not aware of that. I just found out about 2 or 3 days ago, but I'm going to start working on that to do whatever I have to do so it could be renewed.
I'm just letting you know that the action that's going to take, which is separate and apart from what we just did, that he did since he did not renew his license, that he's aware that we're going to issue an order today to say that the license wasn't renewed, and so he needs to take care of that. All right.
And,
all right.
Sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Entonces, nada más quería que usted estuviera al tanto. Eso es totalmente separado de lo que ha ocurrido aquí el día de hoy. Nada más que usted estuviera al tanto que vamos a emitir una orden debido a que la licencia no ha sido renovada y para que usted esté al tanto de lo que va a suceder.
Sí, exacto. Una pregunta ya que estamos hablando de eso. puedo renovar la licencia en el periodo de que está suspendida la licencia. Eso no interfiere una cosa con la otra, ¿verdad?
Well, I have a question since we're talking about that. During the period that my license is suspended, can I renew it? Does that interfere?
He needs to contact the licensing division and they will let him know what he needs to do if he intends to renew his license.
Bueno, para eso tiene que contactar el departamento de donde emiten las licencias y ellos le van a dejar saber qué es lo que tiene que hacer si su intención es renovar la licencia.
Oh, sí, yo lo hago. Muchas gracias.
Okay, I'll do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I want to thank the parties for agreeing to come into an agreement with this matter. And thank you very much and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much to you.
Chairperson Anderson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goli.
All right, so this matter is concluded. Thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22-251-00002, flash license number 105774. This case has been rescheduled to August 31st, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. due to reservice of the amended notice. The next case on our calendar is case number 22-251-00006, Martha's Market, license number 116862. This case has been rescheduled to August 3rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Let me see, it is. All right, let me do our, you know what, what we will do now is that the board is gonna go in recess and we can go to lunch and I'll ask all board members to log back on to executive session at 1:30. So we'll log back onto our exec. So we'll be in recess. We'll be in recess until we will start our afternoon at 1:45. So we'll start our afternoon session at 1:45. So the board, we can log off to go to lunch and all board members should log on back to executive session at 1:30 with the public session scheduled to resume at 1:45. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the ABC board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance today, and that constitute a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. We have 3 cases on our afternoon calendar. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the right to each party to enable their camera and microphones, and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you remain mute and your camera will be disabled. All right, if you have any questions during this process, please, you can address those questions in the chat, the question and answer feature. Any technical issues, just put it in the chat and our IT specialist will assist you to the best of her abilities. All right, the first case in our afternoon calendar is case number 22-251-00008, Georgetown Inn West End Casas Rum Bar. This case has been rescheduled to August 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00014 Empire Lounge, license number 110702. This case has been rescheduled to September 28th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the respondent with the consent of the government. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00024 M Street Entertainment LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119608. This is a protest hearing for a substantial change application, sports wagering endorsement. Ms. Foshbaum, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? All right, we're going to start. If you have a camera, I would like everyone to turn their cameras off. So what I'm sorry, turn their cameras on. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask all the parties to identify themselves for the record by spelling and stating your name. So let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Stephen O'Brien. For the applicant, I'm accompanied by my colleague Manel Mahmoud. Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N. O'Brien, O''B-R-I-E-N.
Good afternoon, Chair. Manal Mahmood, M-A-N-A-L-L-E, M-A-H-M-O-U-D.
Good afternoon. Is your client here, Mr. O'Brien? Can you please identify them and then they can spell and state their name for the record, please?
Yes, the client is William Dean, DEAN, who is scheduled to be our first witness. But if the board wants to elevate Mr. Dean now, we can.
Yeah, I would like all the parties to be elevated so they can identify themselves, so they can be identified for the public record prior to their testimony. So, I would like the client to identify themselves.
Okay, thanks, sir. I'm Bill Dean.
And what's your relationship, sir?
I'm the owner of the property. Yeah.
You're the owner of the what, sir?
I'm the owner of the property.
You're the owner of the property and you're the one who currently has the license, sir?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Mr. Dean is the manager of M Street Entertainment LLC, which is the licensee.
Excuse me. Yep.
And so let's start with if you're not speaking, please, I would ask everyone, if you're not speaking, please mute your phone. All right, let's start with the protestant. So I'll have Ms. Palmer. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lisa, Lisa Palmer, Palmer. I'm the vice chair of ANC 2E, and my single member district 05 is where the proposed establishment, excuse me, is located.
So is Ms. Cruz online? Is she supposed to be here?
Hi, my name is Tara Secreta Parker. I am the president of the Citizens Association of Georgetown. Ms. Cruz has had a medical procedure and is unable to join today, but we did alert council that I would be substituted in her place.
I'm sorry, what's your relationship again, ma'am?
I am the president of the Citizens Association of Georgetown, CAG, and Ms. Cruz is the chair of one of our committees, the ABC committee.
All right, so can you tell me who else is here with you, ma'am? And then you can call their names, and then once you call their name, then I'll have the person spell and state their name for the record.
I'm the only one that's representing the Citizens Association of Georgetown today. There's no one else with me.
All right, so I see a whole lot of names. Are they with the ANC? Who are the? Let me ask a question, Mr. O'Brien. Who are the protestants in this case, please?
The protestants are the ANC and the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Right,
some
so
of the names, Mr. Chair, that you see are our witnesses. Now, I can have them all elevated now and identify themselves, or we can deal with it one by one as they're called to testify.
Okay, we can do that one by one then. I guess I just want to make sure all the parties are elevated. So I have Ms. Palmer and I have Ms. Parker. Is there any other person who is a party that needs to be identified for the record at this time?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, and I'll wait later on to have you. I'll wait for the board's witness later on to identify himself. All right. Okay, this matter, we have a protest hearing for the M Street Entertainment trade name to be determined, and this is an application for substantial change. So this is a sports. They're requesting a sports wager endorsement. So this has nothing to do with the license. Is whether or not the board should agree or disagree to provide this endorsement on their license. And so I want to make sure that we are talking about the appropriateness of granting or denying this endorsement on the application. And so I want to make sure that all the parties are keenly aware that the only issue we're talking about is whether or not it's appropriate for the board to issue a sports wagering endorsement on this for this license application. The way the process will work is that we will have the board will call a witness. Well, so we'll have the licensee will do an opening statement. The protestants will do both. The protestants will do an opening statement, and the board will call its first witness. The protestant will have the licensee will have an opportunity after the board call this witness and ask questions of the witness. Then the protestants will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Then once the protestants have cross-examined the witness, then we'll have the applicant put its case on. Depending on how long, by the amount of questions that are asked during the presentation of the board's case and the presentation of the licensee's, the applicant's case, it's 2 o'clock. So depending on how fast we move, I just want to alert the protestants that they will not put their case on maybe till about 4 o'clock, depending on how fast we move through this process. So if there are protestants, witnesses that are waiting, I just want to alert the protestants that it's 2 o'clock. We're not going to call you until maybe for another 2 hours or so. Okay, just wanted the protestants to be aware of that. There are 2 protestants. So are the protestants just some preliminary? There are 2 protestants, the ANC and the Citizen Association. Who is taking the lead in presenting this case?
ANC 2E will be taking the lead.
All right, thank you, Ms. Palmer. All right, are there any preliminary matters that needs to be addressed prior to us starting the hearing?
No, sir.
From the protestants, any?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to give each side, and as the instruction that were given previously, you have an hour to present your case, and let us use that hour judiciously. I prefer that you spend most of your time during direct questioning rather than cross-examining a witness, because I think that you'll get more once when you call your own witness and present direct questioning rather than cross-examine a witness. So I just want to alert you to make sure that you spend more of your time doing that. And again, I just want to remind the parties to be focused on the issue. The issue is whether or not it's appropriate for the community. It's an appropriateness standard regarding whether or not we should grant this endorsement on this license. And we're not going to address any other issues about the license itself. It should only deal with the endorsement that they are requesting. All right, so Mr. O'Brien, you have 5 minutes to do an opening statement if you so desire, sir.
Oh, I'll take a lot less than 5 minutes, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the chair setting the table for what is and is not an issue in this case. The license is presently in safekeeping. The owner has been searching for some time for an appropriate tenant. The property is at 3123-3125 M Street, a little less than a half a block from Wisconsin and M. The landlord, Mr. Dean, has searched high and low and identified what he believes to be a good quality tenant to bring to this location and help alleviate the state of vacant storefronts in Georgetown. The tenant, as you will find out, the prospective tenant is experienced and highly reputable in gaming. But the prospective tenant doesn't want to go forward with this lease unless it can add sports wagering to its sports bar concept, and you'll hear about that concept. The Council of the District of Columbia has determined that sports wagering is desirable in the District of Columbia and has enacted statutes and regulations governing it. The evidence will show again that this prospective tenant is fully capable of adhering to those statutes and regulations, and that there is no reason that the sports wagering endorsement application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Yes, thank you. ANC2E welcomes M Street Entertainment to our neighborhood. We are delighted to have a new sports bar and restaurant serving the DC community in our backyard. And we believe that the food and beverage element will be a wonderful addition to our recovering retail community. Additionally, ANC2E supports their hours of food and beverage service with no requests for change to their existing license. However, ANC2E is very concerned about the impact on peace and order should the restaurant receive the requested gambling endorsement. To be clear, we welcome the opening of a new restaurant. Our concern around peace and order is unrelated to any of the services typically considered by ABRA. We are concerned only about the sports wagering endorsement with no conditions. Criminology is the study of crime and criminal behavior. Within criminological theory, there exists a paradigm referred to as the problem analysis triangle or crime triangle, which provides a way of thinking about recurring problems of crime and disorder, offering an easy way to visualize and understand crime problems. The concept of the crime prevention triangle simply states that in order for a crime to occur, all three elements of the triangle must exist. These elements include an offender, a victim, and a location. If we strategically eliminate one leg of the triangle, we also eliminate the crime. It is at this point that we can take the appropriate action to prevent crime. The crime triangle allows lawmakers, licensors, and neighbors to have some level of control within their own communities over where and when crime occurs. Today, we review the appropriateness of a sports wagering endorsement. M Street Entertainment, owned in part by the organization that has opened live casinos all over the country from Baltimore to Arlington, Texas. They seek to open a sports bar with 10 betting kiosks and 1 betting window. Notably, while the block where the restaurant seeks to open is considered mixed use, immediately around the corner of this location is residential zoning. There is almost no parking available immediately in the area of this mixed-use space. It is primarily located in the residential zone. While M Street, i.e. the commercial corridor, is well lit, the residential neighborhood is dark. Overnight, Georgetown has only 2 Metropolitan Police Department officers assigned to the entire neighborhood, PSA 206, which runs from K and Water Street to the south, Whitehaven Parkway to the north, approximately 44th Street to the west, and Rock Creek Park to the east. If you are unfamiliar with this landscape, this is a large swath of land. When issues arise in other areas of the 2nd District, including the Entertainment District on 18th Street or Adams Morgan, the 2 officers are pulled from PSA 206 and deployed where needed, leaving Georgetown with 0 MPD coverage. While Georgetown has fortunately experienced relatively low levels of crime, we are not immune. Since January 2022, MPD has recovered 11 guns in our police service area, PSA 206, 9 of which were recovered on M Street or within 1 block of M Street, 133 thefts, 22 motor vehicle thefts, 45 thefts from auto, 13 burglaries, and 1 homicide. Patrons of this proposed gambling operation are likely to be paid out as various sports games finish over the course of the night. There are no maximum bets and no maximum cash payouts, and according to the operators themselves, the fun of placing the bet is to get the cash in your pocket when you win. There are no limitations on the time that payouts are made. ANC2E takes no position on the morality or appropriateness of gambling in and of itself. In fact, we understand that sports betting happens on phones anywhere and everywhere, And we have supported other restaurants who have requested a small number of kiosks in their establishments elsewhere in the neighborhood. But here, we have 10 kiosks plus a window with no maximum betting, no maximum payouts, and a closing that is later than almost every other establishment within Georgetown. While the Office of Lottery and Gaming will require a security plan on the inside of the establishment, should this endorsement be issued, there are no requirements for securing the safety of patrons or other residents in the vicinity of patrons once leaving the establishment. We have serious concerns about patrons leaving late at night, well after almost every other bar and restaurant is closed in the area, with large sums of cash in their pockets and then walking through the dark neighborhood to either get home or to their cars. We asked the applicant if they could pay out over a certain dollar amount via electronic payment, i.e. direct deposit, debit cards, etc., in order to...
Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to object because I think what Ms. Palmer is going to be getting into now is settlement negotiations.
I appreciate that, Mr. O'Brien, but as she's a lay person. I mean, I still think that she's given her opening, and so she's staying her opening. I don't
believe she's a lay person.
All right, but I will. Sorry for the interruption, Ms. Palmer, but as I said, you're given an opening, and please don't talk about settlement discussion if you are heading there.
Okay, I'm not. Thank you, though. In order to present, we asked, I'll just move on. Furthermore, the establishment has stated that they will prepare an internal security plan for the Office of Lottery and Gaming application, but it is not prepared at this time. And as a result, the community cannot review or make suggestions to ensure that security is adequate for our neighborhood. By all means, we assume and expect that the operator of this business will conduct the business in a manner consistent with all applicable statutes and regulations. However, those statutes and regulations do not protect the safety of patrons once they leave the establishment, even when the conditions that put patrons in harm's way are a direct result of the operations of this proposed endorsement. ANC2E notes that there are indeed a handful of other locations across the district that allow for sports betting. Most of these establishments are located in or near sports arenas and/or stadiums and capitalize on the entertainment districts where they are located. Only one establishment with this level of endorsement, as far as ANC2E was able to ascertain, is currently operating outside of the stadium/arena neighborhoods, which is located in Adams Morgan. They are currently operating 4 kiosks, 1 window, and take bets 7 days a week, only from 11 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. ANC2E further calls to your attention that the nightlife scene in Adams Morgan is quite different than that in Georgetown. Restaurants and bars are open late, and there's quite a bit of foot traffic until late at night in that community. We, on the other hand, for better or for worse, are quiet as the night goes later. Some note that ATMs are open late as reasoning for why this endorsement should be allowed. Why would this be more dangerous than people withdrawing money from an ATM? According to Forbes, the average maximum ATM withdrawal is between $300 to $1,000 today. By comparison, there are no maximum bets at this location, so it is more than probable that patrons will be leaving with far more than $300 or $1,000. Furthermore, I expect that few people are walking up to the ATM, particularly while inebriated at 2 a.m. and withdrawing $1,000. Now back to the crime triangle. As a reminder, the crime triangle notes that the presence of a victim, a location, and an offender are all necessary for a crime to occur. According to Glenn Kittering from the Handbook of Loss Prevention and Crime Prevention's 5th edition, crime does not occur randomly in time or place, and offenders do not wander aimlessly across the landscape. One could imagine that a person leaving a sports bar where they could have won significant sums of cash to go home or to their car in the dark and could be interpreted to be a victim or a suitable target of criminal victimization. The area in the residential neighborhood between the sports bar, the patron's destination once leaving, where there are no adequate guardians or protections, would be the location in this paradigm. A person who is looking to rob someone who has or could have cash would be the offender. In this case, we have created a crime triangle with 3 clear legs. Indicators are that you could predict that this new betting operation would drive new crime in our neighborhood at a time when our policing is stretched thin. Finally, as I mentioned in the beginning of my statement, partners in this operation have owned a number of other locations nationwide and presumably run their businesses well. Their own website states sports and social can be found at the front door of professional sports stadiums around the country and lists those stadiums. Sports and Social is experiencing significant growth and continues to expand nationwide. The concept will soon open at several major casino resort destinations in the Mid-Atlantic region. Nowhere do you hear on their website that they have safely opened in a highly residential area and remained open after the rest of the establishments in the area have closed. Even their suburban Bethesda location is not in an urban neighborhood like Georgetown, and they close at midnight and 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. The ANC2E community is simply not like the other locations where Sports and Social operates. Today, we have the opportunity to exert control over one of the legs of the crime triangle, whether or not we allow a gambling operation to open, where people will leave a bar with significant sums of cash in their pockets and become attractive targets for criminal victimization. We call upon the ABRA board to eliminate one of the legs of the crime triangle and preserve peace and order in our community by not granting the proposed sports wagering endorsement at 3125 M Street Northwest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Ms. Parker, I know that you're not going to present any evidence, but since you were granted standing, if you want to have a opening or closing statement. If you want to do an opening, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. And if you just want to do a closing to state what your position is, I'll give you an opportunity later on to do that.
Thank you so much. I'll reserve the right to do a closing statement. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the board will call its first witness. I will call Mr. Prout. Mr. Prout, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. My name is Abra Investigator Tavril Prout, Tavril, last name Prout, Prout.
And I know, Mr. Prout, you stated that you're an Abra investigator. So can you tell how long you've been working for the agency, sir?
Yes, sir. I have been working for ABRA for 3 years and 6 months.
What are your duties as an ABRA investigator, sir?
My duties as an ABRA investigator are very diverse. We are tasked with performing regulatory inspections, as well as conducting covert investigations on behalf of the agency, as well as performing compliance checks on behalf of the agency with local ABRA establishments across the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with this establishment?
Yes, I am familiar with M Street Entertainment. I was assigned the protest hearing on approximately May 31st, 2022.
Now, did there come a time, sir, that you wrote a case report?
Yes, a case report was drafted on behalf of M Street Entertainment LLC, located at 3123 to 3125 M Street, for a substantial change application case number 22 PRO 00024.
So can you I would like you to share your screen and share with us your report, please.
Yes, sir.
Can you please identify the document that we're looking at, sir?
Yes, give me one moment. The document that we are looking at this current time is the protest report that was conducted on behalf of M Street Entertainment LLC, trading as TBD, located at 3123 to 3125 M Street. License class CR for license for Abra license 119608 substantial change application, case number 22 PRO 00024.
Mr. Pratt, did you have an opportunity to speak to the protestants in this case?
Yes, I have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Palmer for the ANC, as well as I got an opportunity to speak with Mr. Stephen O'Brien, who is the representative on behalf of the licensee. I did not have an opportunity to speak with any representatives from the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
So what is, as a result of your conversation with Ms. Palmer from the ANC, what information were you able to gather, sir?
Yes, so a mediation was attempted to be conducted between the protester and the licensee. However, it did not result in a positive mediation outcome. At this time, the protestant is in agreement of the Abra license as it stands. However, the protestants are concerned in reference to the sports wagering endorsement, which the licensee is soliciting from the board at this current time. The major concerns were highlighted in Ms. Palmer's opening statements in reference to the establishment having 10 sports wagering kiosk and 1 operating window on the premises, and there being an unlimited amount of sports wagers to be performed at the establishment without a close-off time, in which the prospective hours for the sports wagering to be conducted at the establishment is to run anywhere from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursdays, and on Friday through Saturday it's supposed to be from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. And in reference to how the establishment will run, there will be cash outs on the sports wagerers on bets that they have actually won. And the concern is for the propensity to crime to uptick in the Georgetown community as a result of the establishment paying out large amounts of sports bets at the end of the evening, going into the early morning hours of 2 a.m. and or 3 a.m. 7 days per week.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to the licensee?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to speak with the licensee, sir.
And what information, if any, were you able to gather from your conversation with the licensee or the licensee's representative?
So the information that I have been able to gather from the licensee, I was able to ascertain the affirmed prospective hours for the sports wagering to be conducted as stated previously, to be performed between 8 a.m. and 2 a.m. between Sunday and Thursday throughout the week, and on Fridays through Saturdays it will be from approximately 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. at this current time. The licensee has assured that the prospective holder of the license is a well-versed person who is very experienced in the world of sports wagering at this current time. And they have provided all of the requirements to Lotto in order for them to be able to successfully receive the sports wagering endorsement, to include a security application, which is a part of Lotto's and gaming's requirements in order for them to attain the sports wagering endorsement. And that is pretty much the outcome of what the conversation was with the licensee at this current time.
So tell us about what type of, tell me about the neighborhoods the characteristics of the neighborhood that this endorsement has been requested.
Yes. So the zoning of the neighborhood is considered mixed use, in which there are residential and non-residential buildings in which are able to operate in a mixed use zone. So There are shopfront buildings, which may include vertical mixture of residential and non-residential uses, buildings made up entirely of residential uses, and buildings made up entirely of non-residential uses. And the reason for the mixed use is an effort to preserve and enhance existing commercial nodes and surroundings by providing an appropriate scale of development and range of shopping and service opportunities while being able to also maintain a residential community as well. The buildings and developments around in the area are fixed with rail stations, transit hubs, and streetcar lines in order to provide support for public transportation and safety of public spaces. The nearby establishments, so there are no schools, libraries, college, and/or universities, as well as daycare centers within a 400 feet radius of M Street Entertainment in accordance to the District of Columbia Geographic Information System at this current time. And according to the District of Columbia GIS, there are approximately 37 licensed ABC establishments operating within a 1,200 feet radius of M Street Entertainment LLC. And the area consists of 4 Class CH hotels, 1 Class B establishment, 1 Class CT establishment, which is a tavern, and 31 Class CR, which are restaurants that hold the Class C license. And then for my report, there are numerous establishments as stated that represent those 37 ABRA serving establishments. The establishments that have the asterisk next to them are establishments that currently have settlement agreements within the area at this current time. Moving forward, in reference to parking, as Ms.
So let me
Palmer.
hold on 1 minute, Mr. Brown. So within, you're saying there are 37 establishments within, I think, the 1,200 foot radius. So
Yes, sir.
do any of these establishments have a sports wagering endorsement?
There are no sports wagering establishments within the 1,200 foot radius at this current time.
So is this licensee, is this license? I think we were stated that the license is currently in safekeeping, so it's not operational. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So tell us about what you observe, what type of parking, if any, that's in the vicinity.
So the parking that is in the vicinity at this current time, sir, on M Street, it's very limited parking with COVID and the sidewalk streeteries that have come into the area as a result of COVID-19. A lot of the parking that was once there prior to COVID is no longer there. The sidewalk streeteries being on the streets have soaked up a lot of the parking that's in this area at this time. However, there is residential parking and these surrounding community area on the side streets of the 2100 block of 31st Street, the 3100 block of N Street, and those are the 2 streets that have residential parking and/or parking for possible patrons of the establishment. Wisconsin Avenue has very limited parking, but however, there are parking lots for patrons to be able to utilize, such as the PNC Bank on the corner of M Street and Wisconsin Avenue, and which are pay for a fee parking lots that are able to be accessed by patrons. And then there is public transportation that's able to be offered as well. There are bus stops as well as there are bus stops in which the 31, the 33, the 38B Metro bus operates on, as well as the circulator bus, in which operates to and from Georgetown. There are no metro trains that run within a close proximity to the establishment at this current time.
Now, let me ask you a question. Mr. Pro. Do you know what a sports wagering endorsement is?
Yes, a sports wagering endorsement is a endorsement in which ABRA establishments and or game and lottery establishments are able to provide betting kiosks and or use a betting platform in order for patrons to be able to bet on various athletic games, to include basketball games, football games, soccer games, and then kiosks such as game of skill kiosks in order for patrons to be able to bet. So that is my understanding of what the sports wagering endorsement is, based on the outcome of the game. If a sports bettor was to win the actual game, they're able to receive a payout based on if the odds worked out in their favor. So that is my understanding of the sports wagering endorsement at this current time.
I know that the establishment the license is currently in safekeeping, but what are the approved hours of operation for the establishment?
So the approved hours of operations for the establishment for sales and entertainment from Sunday through Thursday is able to operate between 7 a.m. and 2 a.m. and then the alcohol sales are from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. On Friday through Saturday, the operation of sales for Friday is from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. and hours of alcohol sales are from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. And then Saturday, the operations are from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and then the alcohols mirror the hours of operation as well.
And so are these the same hours that they propose to have the sports wagering occur?
The sports wagering is a tad bit different. The sports wagering would be from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. from Sunday through Thursday, and which would mirror the hours of operation as well as the alcohol sales. However, the hours of operation on Friday would also be from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. and the hours of the alcohol sales, the hours of the sports wagering would be from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. And then for Saturday, it will be from 6 a.m. to from Saturday, it would be from 6 a.m. I believe that is a mistype, sir. So it would be from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. for the hours of operation. And then the hours of sports wagering would mirror from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. as well for the sports wagering and sales of the establishment. And those are the proposed hours. And which
they're asking to have the endorsement during their hours of their current hours. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, I know that the establishment the license is in safekeeping, so you can't see, you're unable to do a direct observation of the business itself, but I've seen your report that you visited the premises. So tell me, what was the nature of these visits?
So both businesses operating at 3123 and to 3125, excuse me, are not currently operating at this time. There is an Urban Outfitters on the left-hand side, and then on the opposite side of 3125 is an alley. But there is the surrounding area is more so retail and or ice creameries and or a bank at the corner. So it's a variety of retailers in the area. The general area, I would say, closes down, I would say around want to say 9:30. The Haagen-Dazs does operate until 12 a.m. across the street, but for the most part, the area becomes very desolate at approximately 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. during the days and hours I work, which are from Sunday through Thursday, from 7:30 p.m. to 4 a.m. So that has been my observation. I'm not aware of how the Friday and Saturday evenings operate, in which that's the weekend. But in my observations between Sunday through Thursday, I would say that the area generally closes down. Most of your retailers close down around 7 p.m. A lot of your restaurants will close around between 9:30. The latest is possibly 10 on like a Thursday night. So that is my general observation of the area. It's a very quiet area, and it does become very desolate at approximately 9:30 p.m.
Let's go back through the list of establishment. What's the closest ABC licensed establishment to this licensee?
So you have a variety. So you
No, I'm saying
have
what's closest? Is there on the list? Is there another establishment that's on the same block? Do you have any other ABC licensed establishment on that same block where this facility would be?
So there is a We the Pizza Express, which is 3237 M Street. You have a Harmony Cafe, which is 3287 M Street, Northwest. And on the M Street corridor, within a 1200 block radius, that is about it. Now on Wisconsin, I'm sorry, there's one more at 3282. There is a Pizzeria Paradiso at 3282. In reference to Wisconsin Avenue, there are a variety of average serving establishments to include the Donahue, which is 1338. You have the Georgetown Inn 1310 Kitchen Area Bar, which is about 2 to 3 blocks up, which is 1310 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest. You have a Cafe Georgetown, which operates at 3141. I would say that your establishments that operate at a later time would be Cafe Milano, which is around the corner and is approximately 1 block up. They operate until approximately about 10:30, possibly last call, maybe 11 p.m. And then Pinstripes, which is located at 1064 Wisconsin Avenue. That is more so a bowling area, a bowling and bar / restaurant establishment. They operate until approximately 10 to 10:30 p.m. As well as Blues Alley Jazz, and which only has a select days out of the week in which they really operate, which is like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and some Sundays. And then that is the majority of the establishments that operate in close proximity to M Street Entertainment LLC, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Are there any exhibits attached to your report?
Yes, sir.
What are these exhibits? Can you identify them for the record, please?
Yes. So exhibit number 1 is the copy of the protest letter from the ANC, which is dated March 4th, 2022, and which highlights the protesters and the case. Exhibit number 2 is the document which was provided by Citizens Association of Georgetown, notifying that they would be protesters and the corresponding protest in reference to the substantial change for the request of the sports wagering endorsement. And the cause of it was the negative impact of peace, order, and quiet in the surrounding area. The board's indulgence while I change the view of this document. Okay, the next document is the list of as stated earlier, schools, recreation centers, public libraries, daycare centers within a 400-foot radius in which there are 0 of the corresponding establishments such as schools, rec centers, public libraries, and daycare centers. Exhibit number 4 is the list of ABRA establishments within a 1,200 block radius. This document actually has 39 ABRA serving establishments. However, 2 of those retailers, after performing extensive research, are no longer in operation at this current time. With indulgence. The next document is the storefront of 3123 M Street, and which would be the future sports wagering bar and restaurant for M Street Entertainment LLC. With indulgence. The next establishment is 3125, which was previously known as the Irish Pub. That is the future second location of M Street Entertainment LLC, in which the storefront would offer sports wagering, bar, and a restaurant as well. My next exhibit is the Urban Outfitters, which was stated earlier is the retailer that is immediately adjacent to M Street Entertainment LLC. With indulgence. This documentation is an email solicitation for the calls for service in reference to 3123 and 3125 M Street LLC, in which I was not able to receive a response for the calls for service from Office of Unified Communication up to the day in which this report was submitted on July 8th. And that completes my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by, you can close your screen, please. Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Investigator Palmer, thank you for your presentation. Just to help me further understand and get some clarification, and perhaps for the public record, we've heard terms such as kiosk and open window. Can you help us understand under the current endorsements allow what a kiosk is and how that is distinguished from an open window?
Yes. So my understanding, because sports wagering is something that is not necessarily in the purview of an ABRA investigator, but my understanding of a kiosk is that it is a game of some sort, such as a game of skill, in which monies are entered into the machine and an effort to either place a bet on a certain team that a person wishes to bet on or bet against, and or a kiosk such as a game of skill in which it may be you're betting on a certain number or card game, and then based on the outcome, if the game wins in your favor, then there will be an actual payout. The window is an area, to my understanding, is a place where a physical person would be there, in which the winning patron would be able to provide a stub or a ticket stating that they won, and at the window is where the payout would actually the transaction of the payout will be performed between the establishment and the winning patron. So that is my understanding of how the kiosks work, as well as the window that will be on premises, Mr. Grandis.
Well, thank you with that. During your investigation of this application, or your just investigations generally as an ABC investigator, have you been to an establishment in DC that has such a type of endorsement and has such a type of kiosks and open window?
In my experience, I have not seen a window on premises at an average serving establishment due to the newness of the sports wagering being brought into the district. I have seen kiosks such as a game of skill at other local average serving establishments. However, I have not seen an operating window at any average serving establishment today at this current time, Mr. Grandis.
And would you also have had experience on whether any of the establishments in DC that has a sports wagering endorsement that has similar kiosks that payouts are able to be done or available to be done transactionally, such as through a debit card or a credit card, as opposed to handing patrons sums of cash, let's say at 2 or 3 in the morning?
So from what I've seen in my experience is that with the game of skill kiosk, money is able to be placed into the kiosk. I have not seen transactions on how patrons have been paid out by the establishment. I have not observed that in my investigations over the last 3 years and 6 months at this current time, sir. So I'm not able to answer that question affirmatively at this current time, to be honest and transparent.
I want to thank you for your research and your testimony today. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board members? Hearing none, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigator, is it possible that you are conflating two different things? Sports wagering endorsements and game of skill endorsements?
No, I don't believe that I am conflating. I believe that the game of skill kiosk is able to be provided to an average serving establishment with having the sports wagering endorsement and the actual ABRA establishment.
If I were to tell you that a sports wagering endorsement is entirely different than a game of skill endorsement, would that be consistent with your understanding?
I'm sorry?
If I were to tell you that a sports wagering endorsement is an entirely different thing than a game of skill endorsement, would that be consistent with your understanding?
My understanding is that the game of skill endorsement will fall under the endorsement of a sports wagering endorsement, sir.
Thank you. You stated you've been an investigator for 3 years and 6 months. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been in DC?
I grew up here, so approximately 32 years, sir, other than me going away to college.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're quite familiar with Georgetown?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree? Well, first of all, the bank that you referenced is at the corner of Wisconsin and M?
Yes.
Okay, that's now a PNC. It's got a gold dome. Some would remember it as a branch of Riggs Bank.
Yes.
Okay. And the subject buildings are about 4 storefronts from that corner of Wisconsin and M. Is that correct?
Approximately so.
Okay. And would you agree that Wisconsin and M is dead center, the dead center of the Georgetown Commercial District?
I would say so.
Are you a professional basketball fan by any chance?
A professional basketball fan. I wouldn't consider myself that, but I do watch professional basketball from time to
Okay.
time.
Do you ever watch games from the West Coast that start at 9 p.m.?
Every so often.
Okay. You would agree that 9 p.m. is midnight here, would you not?
Yes.
Okay. And a basketball game lasts a couple hours, does it not?
Approximately anywhere from 1:30 to about 2 hours in length.
Okay. So one would not know the outcome of an NBA game that started at 9 Pacific time until about 2 a.m. Eastern time. Would you agree?
Yes.
Are you familiar with World Cup?
Not really familiar with World Cup, but I do understand that it is in regards to soccer.
Okay. Do you understand that it's
I'm
held-
sorry, I'm sorry. That's baseball. I apologize.
Actually, I think you were correct in soccer.
Okay.
Are you aware that the World Cup is held at different places around the globe?
Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. In your description of ABC uses surrounding the subject location, you did not mention Clyde's at 3236 M Street. Are you familiar with that establishment?
Clyde's is listed on my report, but yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Clyde's has maximum legal hours?
I'm sorry.
Are you aware that Clyde's has maximum legal hours? I
Can you
mean, Clyde's can stay open to 2 and 3 in the morning?
Yes.
Thank you, investigator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, sir.
Ms. Coleman, any questions for Mr. Pro?
Sorry, yes, I was trying to unmute myself. Inspector, thank you so much for your thorough review. I do have a couple of questions and clarifications in the report. Mr. O'Brien just noted that Clyde's has maximum hours. Are you familiar with what time they actually close?
So, I'm not sure exactly what time they close. I know what I do know is that Abra establishments have pulled back a lot of their operating hours based on how the level of traffic of patrons coming into the city may vary on a day-to-day basis. So there are some days in which Abra serving establishments may close at 7, 8, or 9 o'clock p.m. in which may have maximum hours of 2 a.m. for that day. So to my understanding, from what I've seen post-COVID, I would say that hours fluctuate on a day-to-day basis based on how well a Abra serving establishment is operating on that current day. So it may vary from as early as 8 or 9 o'clock p.m. on a Friday or Saturday. I would go on the limb to say that I believe that an establishment such as Clyde may be able to operate until 3 a.m. due to the heightened volume of patrons in that area due to it being a weekend night versus a weekday night.
And would it surprise you if I shared that the Clyde's website noted that the kitchen closes at, sorry, my dog is joining us, Sunday through Thursday at noon, and the bar closes at 1, and on Friday and Saturday, the kitchen closes at 1, and let's see, the kitchen closes at 2. So not open until 3 o'clock in the morning.
So in accordance to Abra regulations, the kitchen is able to stay open up until an hour before the Abra establishment closes. So if the So if the kitchen closes at 1 on a Thursday night, they're able to still serve and consume alcohol on the premises until 2 a.m. As well as on a Saturday, if the kitchen closes at 2 a.m., they're still able to serve, consume, and sell alcohol on the premises until 3 a.m.
Okay. And just to clarify, I think you noted that the proposed hours of operation here are that alcohol would be served until 2 a.m. Sunday, from 7 a.m., 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. And the hours of sports wagering would be 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Couple of other questions for you. Your report states that there are no schools or daycare centers located within 400 feet of the establishment. Are you aware that In-Town Playgroup, a pre-nursery school program, is located at 1334 29th Street Northwest, and the Georgetown Montessori Preschool is located at 1041 Wisconsin Avenue, both apparently within 400 feet of the establishment?
So I'm only able to go off of the information in which was provided internally by the agency, in which the GIS does not reflect 2 of those schools being within a 400 feet radius of the establishment.
Okay, thank you. And I imagine that this would probably be the same answer, but are you aware that there are many other schools just outside of that 400-foot border?
Yes, I'm very aware that there are several schools and universities outside of the 400 feet parameter of the GIS model. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. In your capacity as an inspector for ABRA, do you think that a gambling establishment opening with hours from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. could have negative impacts on children and families?
So as a alcohol investigator, I believe that
Mr. Chair, objection to the question calling for speculation without a foundation.
Sustained.
Okay.
What that means, what that means, Ms. Palmer, you need to lay a better foundation for it. So, and it's asking them to speculate. So you could ask a question, but you have to build that up to get in there, ma'am.
Sure. Do you know why, Inspector, you're asked to determine whether or not there are schools within that 400-foot parameter of the establishment?
yes, we're asked on schools, daycare centers, public libraries, recreation centers. We're asked those questions in lieu of our protest reports in an effort that crime and or alcohol may play a negative impact on that particular population of people in the community at large nearby.
So I think what I'm hearing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that within that 400-foot radius, it is deemed by ABRA, perhaps, that folks within that radius are the most likely to be impacted by an establishment, and that children at schools would be considered worthy of pulling out specifically in your report.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to object to the question. As the chair noted at the beginning of this proceeding, the existence of this ABC license is not an issue in this hearing.
I'm not asking about alcohol.
It's been approved. It exists.
Yeah, I'm not.
The only issue, Mr. Chair, is whether a sports wagering endorsement should be added.
Yes, so remember The purpose is whether or not a sports the endorsement should be granted. The establishment is there, whether or not we can say irrespective of whether or not the endorsement is issued, the establishment is going to be there. Those hours are going to be there because those are not the purpose of this hearing. So
Sure, but could the inspector answer that question relative only to the endorsement since he pulled that information out specifically for his report?
then you need to ask him about the endorsement.
Would it be fair to assume that those located within the 400-foot radius would be specifically relevant to the endorsement being sought?
Same objection, Mr. Chair, calling for speculation without any foundation.
Okay.
Sustained. It's not for you to
move
give
on.
up, Miss. I know
I'll
that.
move on.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Palmer.
Yeah. Section 3 of the report notes that this property is located in a mixed-use zone. Are you aware that the R20 zone, a purely residential zone, is less than 1 block away from the establishment?
I wasn't aware, but now that you mentioned it, I am aware at this time. But in performing my report, that wasn't one of the focal points while performing my investigations.
Oh, absolutely. And your description of the parking situation is particularly relevant. So thank you for pulling that out so specifically. Based on your review of parking and the way you included that so thoroughly in your report, would it surprise you to note that the street parking for patrons at this location is primarily located within the residential zone, not mixed-use zone?
Yes, most definitely. I would definitely say that the parking available to prospective patrons of the establishment would be inside of the residential zones on N Street and on the side streets of Wisconsin and M Street. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for clarity's sake, you note in the report the 2100 block of 31st Street. For the record, I believe that's a typo. It should be the 1200 block of 31st Street in case folks are looking at that. In the report, it is noted that ANC2E shares that it's concerned about the uniqueness of this establishment. I'd like to clarify that ANC2E is not concerned about the uniqueness of the establishment in and of itself, and we certainly welcome ingenuity in the neighborhood. But with that said, can you identify other gambling establishments in Washington, D.C., like the one proposed here?
So there are other gambling entities in the district, such as the Washington Convention Center, where the Washington Wizards play. That's really the only other main sports wagering area that I can really speak to. That's an actual sports wagering hub, and which mirrors the nature of what M Street Entertainment LLC would offer in the district at this current time.
Since, as far as you know, a gambling establishment has not been located adjacent to a residential use like being proposed here, it appears to me that you wouldn't have evidence to show what happens when patrons walk in the dark to their cars or to their homes with large sums of money in their pockets, becoming potentially easy targets for those who wish to rob people. Does that sound right to you? There just isn't, this doesn't exist.
So I don't have any evidence per se. Due to the uniqueness of the sports wagering endorsement being offered to the licensee, and due to the newness of the sports wagering being reinserted into the nightlife of the District of Columbia, I don't believe that there is any evidence to support whether or not sports wagering could possibly create an uptick in crime in surrounding areas. I don't believe that there's any supportive statistical data to be able to provide a substantial answer to the nature of your question at this time, Ms. Palmer. I apologize.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's because this is all new in the district, right? I know that there is something similar in Adams Morgan. But do you ever work in Adams Morgan?
I do work in Adams Morgan. I am familiar with a few entities that offer a game of skill. I'm not familiar with any entity that particularly offers sports wagering per se.
And if you were to describe activity in Adams Morgan on the street at, say, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., how would you describe that activity?
I think it depends on the day of the week. I think Georgetown can mirror Adams Morgan area on a Friday or Saturday night. On a Tuesday night in Georgetown and or Adams Morgan, both areas can be very, very desolate.
Okay. Okay, well, that is it for me. Thank you so much for your great investigation here. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Ms. Palmer. Thank you.
Ms. Palmer. All right. Thank you, Mr. Perch, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're free.
May I just ask, I'm sorry, is it?
I'm sorry.
Is it too late to ask one more question?
Yes, it's
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Proud. All right. All right, Mr. O'Brien. What I'm gonna do, and I'm not gonna do that now, I should let the parties know that if as this matter progresses, I will take a scheduled break every 2 hours. So just want to let the party know. So but I'll find an appropriate time to take the break since we're doing this virtual. So do you have a witness that you wish to call, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, the first witness is William Dean, who has already been elevated, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dean, can you raise your right hand, please? Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Dean, state your full name and spell your first and last name for the reporter, please.
Sure. William Herbert Dean, William William, and last name Dean.
Okay, Mr. Dean, where do you reside?
I reside at 2819 P Street in Georgetown.
How long have you lived in Georgetown?
I have lived there since 2006, so a little over 16 years.
What's your relationship with the buildings at 3123 and 3125 M Street Northwest?
I purchased those buildings last summer.
Right. Historically, have those buildings housed separate businesses or a single unified business?
I've only seen them operate as a single unified business.
Okay, and how far back does that go? Full 16 years?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, do you remember the most recent business that was in there?
Yes, Rira.
Okay.
It's an Irish pub.
Okay, how about and that was in both buildings, correct?
Yes.
And how about before Rira?
It may have been me and you. but it was I think it was Me and You was before it may have been something in between.
But did Me and You operate as a single unified business in both buildings?
Yes, it did. All 11,000 square feet.
Okay. What motivated you to purchase these two buildings?
Well, I actually sold a piece of property in Virginia, and so I had a like kind opportunity, and it was in the middle of COVID, and things were pretty bleak. Certainly in the neighborhood and around the city, a lot of restaurants and a lot of pubs and things like that were closing. A lot of retail establishments were closing in Washington, and I wanted to invest in my community.
Okay. At the time of purchase, were the buildings vacant?
They were.
How did the vacancy of these buildings impact your decision to buy?
Oh, I thought I don't know. I guess I felt it was pretty important to open something in this neighborhood. So I mean, the fact they were vacant certainly gave me the opportunity, and so in that respect, I made an offer.
Okay. What is your impression as to the overall status of commercial occupancy in Georgetown?
It doesn't appear to be good relative to my life experience. I think a lot of vacant storefronts, a lot of very underutilized spaces that I believe are waiting to become vacant, and that's a little bit troublesome, from a from a neighborhood perspective, from my perspective. So I think it's important to have thriving businesses in the neighborhood, and so it's important to me.
All right. When you purchased the buildings last year, what was your intention at that time?
Probably top of mind was a sports bar with sports wagering. That was top of mind.
Okay. Did you have a particular tenant in mind at that time?
I didn't, but we'd had a lot of closures of establishments in the neighborhood, and we didn't have, something I considered, a large scale, you know, sports bar, and the sports wagering endorsement was available. So realistically, um, that was top of mind, but we didn't have a tenant in mind. No.
Did you ever consider operating a sports bar there yourself?
I did consider it, sure.
But you chose not to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I have a full-time job, but I may have, yes, I did choose not to do it. I mean, it's a large place, and it's professional operate. It would require me to establish another business. So it was a lot better if I could find a very high quality tenant. Undoubtedly, a lot better.
All right. Did you put the buildings on the market for lease?
I did.
And what sort of response did you get from the market?
We had a pretty good response. We had a lot of people interested. Um, so we had a good level of interest.
All right. And so did you choose the first party that was interested?
We did not.
All right. How
We
about the
did not.
second?
Or the second, or the third. No,
Well,
no, it's
describe-
very important. Sorry. Go ahead.
Please describe the process as you evaluated potential tenants.
It was very important to me to have a high quality tenant. That was absolutely the number one priority. So in evaluating offers, potential offers, and also to have a high quality space. Okay, those were a high quality tenant and a high quality space and environment that I think would be great for the community. And we
All
had good
right.
offer. I mean, we had anyway. Sorry.
No, please continue.
No, I was going to say, we turned down offers at a substantially higher, base rent because of we just I didn't want another. Personally, I felt another for lack of a better thing, high quality public venue. Even if it paid us more money. So we were kind of looking for something, and we got pretty lucky, I think.
And who did you get lucky with?
We got lucky with Cordish Companies.
Okay, and what concept have they proposed to put into your buildings?
So Cordish, well, at least the concept is a sports bar and restaurant, a very, very high quality operation, and obviously with sports wagering, since that's the purpose of today. I had in speaking, actually going to visit their facilities in Maryland. They're a large local company. They're in Maryland, but obviously they have offices all around the country. They have a pretty strong local presence. The other things, it was interesting. They have a partnership with the Prime Rib, so it was a fascinating seeing this kind of an iconic Washington brand license. I guess it's a license. I'm not sure, just the absolute quality of the operation was first class. I suspect they'll present later, and you'll be able to see that.
All right.
I thought it'd be great. Yeah.
As landlord, will you exercise some control over the nature of the business?
Oh yeah, I mean, as landlord, sure.
All right. Will the business appear to be like a casino?
No.
All right.
It will not.
Or how about a gambling den?
Neither. It'll be a very high quality, properly operating version of the sports wagering and sports restaurant environment passed by the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Palmer, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Dean, and for your commitment to our neighborhood and community. Can you please differentiate the purposes of kiosks and windows?
I would generally, I mean, and I'd be generalizing, but as I understand it, you can actually place a bet and talk to a person at a window, and and that is a certain amount of, for lack of a better way to describe it, comfortable transaction for a lot of people. So that's what I would describe the window as, and then the kiosk is a computer version of the same thing.
And but just for our own edification, is there a different level of betting in kiosks versus windows?
I would imagine it would depend on the windows and the kiosks themselves. And I imagine you could make it the same. You can make them different. I would imagine, not being an expert in either one, but But
Yeah, okay. But you're not entirely sure beyond one, what you would interface with a person versus a computer. You're not entirely sure what the difference is. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. This business is seeking to employ more kiosks than any other business in DC that is not associated with the stadium or arena. Is that correct?
I don't know that. I don't know if that's correct. I don't know.
And as far as you know, what experience does your tenant have in running sports wagering businesses in an urban yet residential neighborhood?
As far as I know, they're one of the premier companies in the country at operating high quality. I mean, they operate high quality food service establishments combined with sports wagering. So as far as I know, they're the best, if not, or one of the 2 or 3 best in America.
Okay, and the inspector report notes that the prospective tenant will conduct the sports wagering operation, quote, consistent with all applicable statutes and regulations, unquote. You don't identify which statutes or regulations actually address our concerns about peace and order, correct?
Can you? I'm not exactly following the question.
Well, the ANC and the Citizens Association protested the endorsement on the grounds of peace and order and technically quiet.
Okay.
And the inspector report notes that, and I believe Mr. O'Brien mentioned this earlier in his opening statements, that the tenant will conduct the sports wagering operation consistent with all applicable statutes and regulations. Yeah, is that true?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
But we haven't heard any statutes or regulations that address concerns about peace and order. I think that's correct. Is that right? We haven't heard about.
I would say whatever statute regulation we're required to operate with, we will absolutely operate in full compliance with those statutes and regulations.
It's my understanding that there aren't any statutes or regulations that address peace and order within the adjacent residential zoned neighborhood. That most of those regulations are, if not all of those regulations, are related to what happens inside the establishment. Are you familiar with that?
Not really, but again, I'll just say every single regulation, every requirement, we will fully comply with,
Mhm.
and we have every intention to whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Going back to your tenant's experience,
Mhm.
do you know what time, for instance, in Louisville or Allentown, the organization shuts down the betting operation?
I don't.
Would it surprise you if I told you that in Louisville stays open on Friday and Saturday only till 1, Sunday only until 9, and on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday until 11?
I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. I don't know if that's a constraint by the license or if that's just when they decided to shut down.
Mhm.
Good question.
Mhm. Some of the other locations that they operate, I'm sorry, according to their website, the other locations where they operate are Atlanta Braves Park, St. Louis Cardinals Stadium, Texas Rangers Park, Maryland, let's see, Live Casino Pittsburgh, Live Casino Maryland, in an outlet mall in Miami, anchoring a 150,000 square foot retail complex in Chicago. Could you share where they operate that is like Georgetown?
I mean, I have, they're the third, they have I believe approaching $500 million of restaurant sales that they personally manage and operate. So they're one of the largest restaurant owners in the United States, and they're the third largest gaming owner. So, but I have not shredded everywhere they are. You know, I just know they are like at that level of quality, and they're local, which is also rare. So you have people who have a real commitment and stake in the community, at least from a regional perspective. So
Yeah, based in
yeah,
Baltimore. Absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
We can agree that the proposed establishment is less than 1 block from a residential zone. Is that right?
I don't know. I mean, I know where it is. I mean, I haven't looked at the zoning, but I know the community. But if you say so, I mean, I'll go with that.
Okay. So let's talk about practicalities. It's a hot
Okay.
summer night, 3 o'clock in the morning. People have been drinking, and many patrons have significant amounts of cash that they won in their purses or pockets. At least that's what the patrons hope, of course.
Sure.
And they leave the establishment. According to the inspector's report, there's no on-site or on-street parking on the 3100 block of M Street, where the proposed establishment is located. Is that right? I believe that's what the inspector said.
Correct.
So
And oh, by the way, I don't think there ever was any for any of the other prior establishments.
I think that's right. I think you're correct. So we can agree that many patrons who have just recently won cash, or again, at least they hope so, will be walking home to their college dorms and residences or their parked cars within the quiet residential neighborhood at, say, 3 o'clock in the morning when it closes. Does that sound possible or correct?
I mean, look, it's certainly possible, but the general principle of a casino is less cash leaves than comes in.
Yeah.
And the general principle of any wagering environment is the same thing. So I would presume the same things here. Whatever cash people have, they're going to spend it on food and beverage, and some of them, you know, may walk out with more. I guess that's a hypothetical. I mean, it should happen. Sure.
Sure. Okay. And when those people walk around in the neighborhood with all that extra cash in their pocket coming from a place that is known to be on a good night for a patron distributing cash, even though, of course, we all understand how gambling works, at least I do. That walking around in a dark neighborhood with extra cash in your pocket coming from a place that's known to distribute cash could be seen as a recipe for crime and possible violence. Would you agree?
Objection, Mr. Chair. Objection, Mr. Chair. Calling for speculation. And this sounds more like closing argument than cross-examination.
I was saying the objection. I think one thing we have to talk about, Ms. Palmer, is that we don't, as I said, I'll sustain the objection. So.
Okay. Then just one more question. Has a security plan been submitted for this establishment?
I don't know necessarily, but certainly if one's required, one will be submitted.
And asking the board to contemplate, well, the ANC and CAG are, as we've noted, concerned about security, and asking us to think through the impacts of public safety without a security plan. no doubt a security plan would be material. Would you agree to those?
Ms. Palmer, I mean, I'm an electrical engineer, so I mean, I personally would not do something in my own neighborhood that I felt it decreased the security of the community one scrap.
Sure.
I mean, it is very important to me.
Okay.
And the causality of if a security plan is required, we will absolutely submit a security plan. I presume
But
we
just
submitted
to be
everything
clear, we
required.
don't have one
Yeah.
to review today. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Mr. Dean, thank you for being here today.
Pleasure.
I'm trying to get my head around all of this. And I found that Mr. O'Brien in his opening was very helpful in me getting better understanding, and what you've said and what the ANC has said has helped me. But it's my understanding that that M Street Entertainment LLC purchased the buildings, or did another
Correct.
entity? Okay. And you are a principal of M Street Entertainment LLC.
I control it. Yep.
Yes. Okay. So it may have been mentioned, but I've been looking through documents. Who is the tenant that's going to operate the sports bar? Is that M Street Entertainment LLC?
The Cordish companies, I apologize, Mr. Grandis. I don't know the exact name. Okay, but it is controlled completely by the Cordish companies, just like M Street LLC is controlled. The properties are controlled by me. So the specific name of the tenant, I don't have on the top of my head.
But M Street
But it's
Entertainment.
it is the Cordish company. M Street Entertainment. And I do apologize, Mr. Grant. I have a number of different businesses, and I can't remember the exact name. But these two buildings, I bought in a special purpose real estate LLC, and I control that entity. I believe M Street Entertainment LLC is the operation is the entity that was formerly RERA. Okay. That was the prior license holder. So we also control that. Okay. So I control both of those things, the real estate, and I control we're the successor entity, M Street, I believe. And and not sure
That's helpful.
but okay.
That's helpful, Mr. Dean. Yes.
Yeah.
So let's move forward. That's helpful.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So it's my understanding, listening to your description, that M Street Entertainment LLC is the property owner, but also going to have the ownership of the ABC license.
We do. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
However, the day-to-day operations in the building for the sports bar is not going to be run by M Street Entertainment LLC, but by this entity called Cordish.
The Cordish companies is a very large real estate and retail company. So I'm not exactly sure the mechanics of how that license gets for lack of another word to use, transitioned for use by the tenant. Okay, but I know it's a pretty common occurrence in the city. So I'm not, the mechanics of that, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, there's stuff all over Washington that run the same way. Yep.
So will M Street Entertainment LLC have any employees working either as a consultant day-to-day or in the building day-to-day, or is Cordish responsible for what, for the meals and things like that? I'm not going to get, I'll get to this.
No, it's a great question. Great question. So Cordish is turnkey. They're the tenant, and they're responsible.
So why aren't they here today? But you don't have to answer that. Okay.
They are, I believe.
Oh, they're here to testify, Mr. O'Brien?
No, Mr. Grandis, I just wanted to let you know that we do have additional witnesses from the prospective tenant.
From the tenant.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I can move on then. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Mr. Blanc.
Can I
that's a
make one
great
point
question. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Grandis, may I make one point for clarification?
Yes.
Upon approval of the sports wagering endorsement, an application will be filed to transfer the license from M Street Entertainment to the Cordish entity.
And we'll get to that when that happens. Yes. Okay.
Exactly.
So, and I'm sure, Mr. O'Brien, I'm sure you understand why I sort of was trying to peel the onion back a bit, because if there is a situation when one of our investigators goes into this wonderful sports bar, which I believe the ANC and CAG has already said that they're glad to see, life back after 2020 in their neighborhood. But if there's a concern or violation, they're not going to be putting at this point. Do you know right now the violation would go against M Street Entertainment LLC? Am I correct, Mr. O'Brien?
The M Street Entertainment LLC will never operate the business.
But we're not there.
It'll transfer the license to the incoming tenant.
But that's up to the board, right?
I think what he's saying, Mr. Grandis, is that an application will be made to the board if this endorsement is granted. An application will be made to the board at some later part to transfer the license from the landlord to the tenant.
But at this moment, the license is owned by M Street Entertainment. I just want to make sure Mr. Dean is aware that until any transfer occurs, that M Street Entertainment LLC is who the agency and the board's going to be looking at. If there's anybody.
But remember, Mr. Grandis, the license is still it's not operating. It is in safekeeping. All right.
But the license, Mr. Chairman, but currently the ABC license is owned by M Street Entertainment LLC. Okay, and that's who I think we have before us today. Okay, so moving on. So this Cordish company that's going to run it, have you been to any of their facilities that's in a residential neighborhood such as this that has a window, Mr. Dean?
So are you okay? I haven't done an extensive investigation. I do believe, I honestly, I'd be speculating, but I've been to their facilities in Kansas City, and I think that's right in the middle of the city. Or maybe I'm getting confused. But they're going to be testifying, so you can certainly ask them, all the questions you want. But like I said, they're the absolute. I mean, they're one of the largest operators in the country. They self-operate the food and beverage. They self-operate the sports wagering, and in these facilities. And so that's really hard to find. That level of both quality and commitment and direct performance. So anyway,
and I'm gonna save my other questions for the tenant. But my last question, I heard you mention something that you would be very concerned about safety in your neighborhood, which I think we all would agree
absolutely.
with. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
is Georgetown your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay, so you live in Georgetown. I didn't
Yes,
see that
sure.
in the materials.
I apologize. Yeah. Yep.
No, you don't need
Yeah,
to
I live-
apologize.
I
It's
live-
just helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Hold on, Mr. Grandis. When he was called, he provided us his record at the beginning of his testimony on the direct. He provided his address, Mr. O'Brien. He gave us more information that most people do on the public record. He told us exactly where he lived. All right.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Dean, thank you for taking time to listen to my questions. Thank you very much.
My
And thank
pleasure.
you, Mr.
Thank
O'Brien.
you.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chair, I had one, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dean, for your testimony today. And as the chairman just mentioned, according to the record now, you are a DC resident, correct?
I am.
And a member of the Georgetown community?
I am.
And you have just as much interest as a person who lives in the residential area as any of the other Georgetown residents would have. Is that correct?
Very much so.
Are you familiar with the history of Georgetown and business?
I'm sure there's varying perspectives of it, but not entirely. So not entirely. There's a whole long history of Georgetown with various chapters, but no, and I'm not an expert in it.
Well, without going into great detail, I've been here for 75 years. My father
Yeah.
worked in Georgetown, right in that
Okay.
same neighborhood where you live, for 50 years. And I was a firefighter here in Washington, D.C. for 33 years. So I have a lot of knowledge about Georgetown. And I really think that basically the information that has been provided to this board today has been very helpful for me and the other board members. And I thank you for your testimony. And as the chairman said, not many people give their addresses out in public record as you have done. But anyway, welcome to Washington, D.C., and we wish you well. We wish you well. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that, Mr. Short. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Palmer, do you wish to ask any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board members? So it has to be, is there limited to the questions that were asked by the board members?
I understand. No, thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. O'Brien?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean, for your testimony. And normally I would say you're free to go, but yes, you are. I think you no longer have to testify.
I'm free to mute. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. You have another witness, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, J. Thomas Elmore.
Has that person's rights been elevated?
Not yet.
Ms. Fosh, is Mr. Thomas Elmore, is he in the room? Okay. All right, so I think, I see his name, and so please elevate his rights, Ms. Foshman. Mr. Elmore. I'm not sure if he has been on. Mr. Elmore.
Yes,
Do you have a camera, sir?
I do.
Okay, now I can see you. Mr. Elmore, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you. Spell your full name for the reporter, please.
Jack, J-A-C-K, Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S, Elmore, E-L-M-O-R-E.
Where do you reside, Mr. Elmore?
2811 P Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C.
And what neighborhood of the city is that address?
Georgetown,
How long have you lived in Georgetown?
since 1975.
Okay, how do you happen to come here today?
I was
Testify.
in conversation with Bill Dean, and at the time I actually volunteered to testify on behalf of his venture if he so choose to invite me.
All right, and what do you understand his venture to be?
Sports bar with an endorsement to have sports betting.
What is your position on a sports wagering endorsement at this location?
I support it.
Why do you support it?
I moved to Georgetown 40 plus years ago, almost 50, and Georgetown was a dining, shopping, entertainment destination. That is no longer the case. We all know that there are 40 plus storefronts boarded up, and it's probably even worse than that because many of the tenants who are there now are pop-up type establishments, and even the ones who have long-term leases are tending to close up after 2 years and go away. I think the outlook is very negative for the Georgetown business community. Just this past week, my barber, of all people, is closing up his building, and he's been there for decades, and moving out of Georgetown. Not a good scene. He has a short-term lease for his building, but he don't expect the tenant to be there for any more than a year. So I kind of got away. What was the question again, sir?
It's why do you support the sports wagering endorsement?
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien. I mean, Mr. Elmore, I would hope that you're not testifying from a prepared document.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
I've
just wanna-
got some notes, but no.
I see you have to, when you testify, you can't look at your notes. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
All right. So the Georgetown business community has been in decline for the past 30 years. I think that this, what's being proposed by Mr. Dane, could be the spark that helps ignite a revitalization of the, or at least help do that, of the Georgetown business community. I think we ought to take this opportunity, and I think this is an opportunity to use the resources of Bill Dean and his team in the synergy that this would bring to help revitalize Georgetown. It's a necessity. I moved to Georgetown because it was
Excuse me, may I object? That's
Sir,
speculation.
Ms. Palmer, you can only object to a question that's been asked. I'm not sure what the nature of your objection, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Elmore.
I moved to Georgetown because there was an entertainment segment to the community. I think Bill Dean is passionate about Georgetown. I know him to be that. I think that sports betting is going to come to Georgetown if it's not already there in an informal way, and that if it's coming, we might as well have someone, a local person, be in charge of the property if for that matter. And I think that if anything goes astray, we all know where to find Bill Dean. He's at Rose Park or walking Shredder and his dogs on the streets of Georgetown. So I support this. I support it for a whole lot of reasons. One, the business community needs it. Two, I think Bill Dean is the right person with his business acumen, his success that he's demonstrated in the past in making things work will all be a very positive element for both the business community and the residents.
Mr. Elmore, you said there's, I think you said there are approximately 40 vacant storefronts in Georgetown.
Yes.
How will simply filling this one or two adjacent storefronts change the situation?
I think we heard someone testify that the streets roll up in Georgetown at 9:30. We don't need to have the streets rolled up in Georgetown at 9:30. When I moved here 47 years ago, it might have closed up at 9:30 in the morning. But I think it would add to it. I think the cigar store across the street will sell more cigars. The existing businesses will stay open longer. They'll have a better chance of surviving. And I think that every resident is there, not only for the very nice residential aspects of it, but also for the ease of living that goes along with being able to walk to your barber shop, being able to walk to shopping, being able to walk to dining. And those places are closing down. They're closing down fast, and we need to do something. We need to support this.
Do you bet on sports yourself?
No.
Do you envision that you would be making sports wagering bets if the board grants this endorsement?
Probably not.
Okay.
I would go there for dinner.
All right, those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Palmer.
Yes, thank you so much. It's nice to meet you, neighbor.
Thank you.
Um,
The same, by the way.
So you noted in your comments that you believe that this could spur the economy. How do you know that? Hello, Mr. Elmore?
Mr. Elmore.
I do have a number of questions for him, so I hope he'll rejoin.
I think they're trying to call him to find out what happened.
Yes, we're trying to call him. I'm speculating, which of course I always object to.
Yes, right. I was just about to say that, Mr. O'Brien, right.
Find a different word.
Yeah, but when I said thank you, I'm speculating he may have inferred he was finished. Mr. Chair, we've reached Mr. Elmore by phone, and apparently he's lost his internet connection. He's trying to reestablish it.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay. It's loading.
I'm told, Chairman. Mr. Chair, Mr. Elmore tells us it's reloading right now.
All right, thank you. Ms. Foshbaum, once he comes back online, can you please re-elevate his rights, please?
Mr. Anderson, just out of curiosity, will this hearing continue until it's complete, or do you
Yes.
ever?
We
Okay,
are completing this hearing today.
okay, thank you. I just need to arrange childcare, so thank you.
Yes, you're back up. All right. Thank you so much.
Mr. Elmore.
Perhaps if we remind Mr. Elmore that he has to unmute himself.
Mr. Elmore, can you?
Unmute. We're unmuted. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can't see you, but I can hear. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you? I'm sorry. I would prefer if you. Okay, good. All right, go ahead, Miss. Okay, Mr. Elmore. What's going to happen now? Ms. Palmer is going to ask you some questions. Then the board might ask you some questions, and then Mr. O'Brien and then Ms. Palmer might ask questions again. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Palmer.
Okay, thank you. I listened very intently to your comments, and you shared how important this business could be to the neighborhood. Are you suggesting that the business community needs a sports wagering endorsement specifically? In other words, this type of endorsement is critical to our business community?
I don't think that's it's not critical, but it's helpful. It's if you've got something better, I think everyone will listen to it. But right now, it's one of the better suggestions that I've heard.
So that would be preferable, or that would be more critical to you than a restaurant or a retailer that opened in that space. Is that correct?
We've had many retailers open and go away in a couple of weeks or a year.
Mm-hmm.
We need something solid there.
Okay.
We need investment there.
Got it.
That I being suggested.
And you noted that you believe that this specific endorsement could actually spur the economy in Georgetown. Are you an economist or another sort of expert in this field?
I'm not an economist.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Georgetown?
I said I believe, and I still do.
Yeah,
believe
so
that,
that's your
yes.
speculation that this would be a good thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Okay. Are you familiar with the Georgetown Business Improvement District?
I am.
Okay.
Somewhat, yes.
Great. So I sit on the board of the Georgetown Business Improvement District, as does Tara Secreta Parker, who is also here today. Are you aware that the outlook from the Georgetown Business Improvement District on leasing in Georgetown is quite positive, and that leasing activity is up significantly in the area?
Objection, Mr. Chair. Objection, Mr. Chair. This is testimony.
I mean, I guess she could ask him if he's aware. I'm going to overrule the objection. She can ask him if he's aware.
All right.
The answer is yes or no. And I mean, she's given. I mean, she stated that I'm on the board, and is he aware? And he can say yes or no. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Allow him to answer it if he can answer it.
I'm aware
You can
that,
go ahead, sir.
I'm aware that most of the tenants or the resident or the businesses that I know aren't very fond of the bid, the business improvement district.
Right, that may be,
and,
so,
and
but
their
that's not my
analysis.
question,
Hold
sir.
on. Ms. Palmer, you asked him a question. Please allow him to answer the question.
But that wasn't an answer to my question. That was a different.
Ms. Palmer, you asked him if he is aware. He's answering the question to the best of his ability. So if you want to ask him a question to put in a box, then you have to ask him. You have to more tighten your question so it doesn't give him a leeway, so he can answer yes or no. But if you ask a broad enough question, then you've given him an opportunity to expound on his answer, and that's all he's doing. So you have to allow him to answer and allow him to answer the question. So go ahead, sir. You can finish your answer to the question, sir.
What I am aware of is that there are various opinions of the bid with the Georgetown businesses, particularly the smaller businesses. Carl, have I lost connection here again?
No, we can hear you, sir. You're still here.
Okay. All right. So I think is that an appropriate answer, Ms. Palmer, or have I answered your question?
Well, no, I just asked it yes or no. Are you aware that the Georgetown bid, who sort of keeps a bird's eye view on leasing patterns in the community, has shared that leasing activity is robust at this moment in time? Are you aware that that is the bid's report? And they are experts on this.
No, I am not, but I also am in a similar business and have an opinion as well.
Okay. And how do you know that there are 40 to 50 vacancies? I think that was the number that you noted.
Yes. 3 sources. 2 businesses who recently closed, and the proprietors of those businesses were trying to lease their properties, and they made a survey. And I, on a couple of weekends ago, also noted that from down at the river up to the library and over to Rock Creek and over to the university, that there was a number in that amount of 47 was the exact number I got.
Okay. And are you familiar with which of those storefronts that appear vacant to you are actively being leased? In other words, there are leases in process or signed that have not yet opened. Are you aware?
I don't think no, and I don't think anyone else does either.
Okay. And my final question, I believe you noted that the streets currently roll up at 9:30, and that's a disappointment, right? We would love for the neighborhood to be more vibrant. Is that correct?
I noted that the investigator said that in a little different words.
Okay. All right. That is it for me. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Any questions by the board members? No questions by. I just want to ask you a question, Mr. Elmore. Mr. Elmore, do you have any ownership? Do you have any business relationship with Mr. Dean?
I do not.
All right. Ms. Palmer, any questions of Mr. Elmore based on the questions that I asked?
No, thank you.
Mr. O'Brien? Any redirect?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Elmore. You have now concluded your testimony, so you can either sit back and relax, or you can go on with your life, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other members of the board.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Elmore. All right.
Thank
It is. How many other witnesses do you have, Mr. O'Brien?
3.
3. All right. Let's take.
The next witness should be brief.
All right. I said I want to take a break in 2 hours, but if it's a very short witness, then we can have one other witness and we'll take a break.
Very well. We'll call David Dunning.
All right, David Dunning. Where's Mr. Dunning? Okay, I see Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunning, are you there, sir?
I'm here.
Can I see you, sir, if that's possible? If that's not possible, then we'll move on.
I think something's gone with the battery, but I'm here. I'm listening.
All right, well, can you raise your right hand, Mr. Dunning?
Right hand.
Let me know when you... All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
All right, thank you. You're a witness, Mr. O'Brien.
Ms. Mahmood will examine, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dunning, may you please spell your full name for the record?
David, D-A-V-I-D, Dunning, D-U-N-N-I-N-G, like running with Dunning.
And where do you reside, Mr. Dunning?
28th Street, 1357 28th Street, Northwest in Georgetown.
And how long have you lived in Georgetown?
32 years.
And how did you come to be here today to testify?
I'm involved in Rose Park. Bill Dean is a very big supporter of Rose Park, and he asked me to testify.
And are you aware of what the business was?
I used to frequent Re-Raw and the other previous restaurants. Yeah, I support a lot of restaurants on M Street.
And do you support Mr. Dean's sports wagering endorsement application?
I do.
And why do you support the application?
I think it's a diverse business. Being the people that he's teamed up with, very impressive. And we need to see more restaurants opening, not closing, and more vibrancy in our community.
And are you going to be making sports bets?
No, I'm not a bettor. I'm a tennis player.
And the fact that you're not personally interested in sports wagering, you still think this is a good thing for the neighborhood?
I think it's a generator. It's a needed boost of enthusiasm and business support from a very vital member of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning.
Thank you.
Ms. Palmer, do you have any questions for Mr. Dunning?
Yes, thank you. You noted that you know Mr. Dean from Rose Park and the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Correct.
How else might you describe your relationship with Mr. Dean?
I taught him to play tennis.
Would you actually, I'm sorry, what did you just say? Could you repeat that?
I taught him to play tennis.
You tell him to play tennis?
I taught him to play
Oh,
tennis.
you taught him. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Okay, so would it be fair to say that you are friends with Mr. Dean or you're social with Mr. Dean?
We're friends.
Yeah. And I believe you mentioned that he asked, when you spoke to him, he asked you to testify about this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that how do you know for fact that sports wagering would be a quote generator for this community?
It's a business activity. It's a unique one. And I am not an economist. And I do think that the business activities, I went to the Southwest waterfront last week, and it is dismaying to see that waterfront and our waterfront in Georgetown, and the comparison of the two, it's dismal. I don't know the exact figures of the restaurants and businesses that have closed, but we have to start somewhere.
Sure.
And this is a good start.
Okay. And why do you think that sports wagering specifically would be the generator as opposed to any other kind of business operating in this space?
Well, the establishment, as it's going to be a apparently a prime restaurant, and I am unfamiliar with how the sports wagering. It's an activity not unlike lotteries, which are in 40 or 50 states. And I think sports wagering, if I'm not incorrect, has been approved in 30 states and the District of Columbia. So, Ms. Palmer, I'm not an expert on sports wagering. I just know that it's a increment of good business activity in Georgetown.
Mm-hmm. And would it be fair to say that it's important to have something open in this business? You mentioned going to the wharf, you saw a lot of things open. Would, for instance, one of the businesses that you saw there in this space also be a generator? Could that be the case?
I suppose a kiosk like that would be or could be open there.
Okay.
They have a very diverse Williams and Connolly, law firms, restaurants. They've opened lots of things. And it's I think we need to look at a diversity of businesses that are here.
Yes, the
in
wharf.
Georgetown.
The wharf certainly is hopping. Absolutely. All right, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions by any board members? Mr. Dunning, I just have one question for you. Are you in a, do you have any business relationship? Yeah, do you have any business relationship with Mr. Dean?
No, he's a supporter of the park, and I am the president.
Now, what park? Can you explain? Just explain for me. I don't understand what park you're talking about.
It's called Rose Park, and it's on M Street and P Street, and it's operated by the DC Department of Parks and Rec and the U.S. Park Service. And it's a very popular park in Georgetown. There's Volta Park and Rose Park, and of course the beautiful park on the waterfront.
Thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Palmer, any questions in light of the questions I asked?
No, thank you.
Ms. Mahmood, any redirect?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning. Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, it's 4:14, and we're gonna take we'll take a 10-minute break till 4:25. So just put your camera on mute your phone, turn your camera off, and we'll come back on the record at 4:25. Thank you.
Yeah.
currently.
All right, we're back in the record.
What?
Start video button.
All right, I'm waiting for our IT person to change the screen. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. O'Brien, do you have another witness?
Yes, but before we do, I think that Ms. Foshbach can unelevate Mr. Dunning at this point.
I don't see him on our screen. Normally what happens is that the person can leave if they want to leave, so we don't need to do anything. All right. All right.
All right, our next witness is Keith Huddlin.
Mr. Hudlin, can you please, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Would you spell your first and last names for the reporter, please?
Sure. It's Keith, Keith, Huddlin, Hudolin.
And Mr. Huddlin, how are you employed?
I am the Vice President and General Counsel of Entertainment Consulting International.
And what is Entertainment Consulting International?
It is an affiliate of the Cordish companies, and we help to oversee the operations of bars and restaurants around the country, including the sports and social locations.
Okay. What is sports and social? Describe the concept, if you will, please.
Sports and social is, we call it an elevated sports bar. The tagline we often use in our marketing is raising the sports bar. And what that means is it's meant to be a high-end sports bar concept. So you think of the neighborhood sports bars people are familiar with, and often they're a little more of a dive bar feel. We're going for something higher end, and that's everything from the food to the service to the entertainment to the whole offering.
All right. I'm going to ask Ms. Mahmood to put up on the screen, or do we need coordination to elevate a exhibit? You can do it.
Miss, this is your she's scared. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. First thing I'm asking you to look at, Mr. Huddlin, is what's been identified on our protest information form as exhibit number 3. It's several pages.
Hold on a minute, hold on, Mr. O'Brien. Nothing has been identified as yet. So have him now identify the document that we're looking at, because remember, you have not moved to bring it to the record. So it's just a document that you have.
Yes, and I was going to ask Ms. Mahmood to scroll down so that Mr. Huddlin can see what it is I'm asking him to identify. Continue scrolling. All right, and now you go back to the top, please. Mr. Huddlin, this is what we are referring to for identification purposes as applicant's exhibit number 3. Can you tell me what it is?
Sure. This exhibit is a collection of photos from the Bethesda location of Sports and Social.
Okay. Do you want to describe any particular frame?
Well, looking at this picture here, you're looking right now into the main dining room of Sports and Social. And so this, I think, captures the look and feel that we would have at the proposed Georgetown location. And so, hopefully this captures what I'm talking about with providing a slightly elevated or significantly elevated experience over your traditional sports bar.
I'm going to ask Ms. Mahmood to display what is identified on the protest information form as exhibit number 1, which is a 2-page document. Ms. Mahmood, could you show those 2 pages to Mr. Hudlin so I can ask him what they are? Mr. Hudlin, what is this 2-page document that we've displayed for you?
This is a preliminary floor plan for the proposed Georgetown location of Sports and Social.
Hold on, Mr. Mahmood, can you flip the can you turn the page, please? Are you able to do that?
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
And I noticed I see a lot of tables and chairs, and I see a bar with bar stools, but I do see some yellow shading. Can you tell us what that yellow shading depicts?
The yellow shading is 4 of the sports betting kiosks that would be located in the venue.
Okay, and then if we go to the next page, Ms. Mahmood, and we'll flip that. Okay, this page reads second floor plan. Can you describe that, please?
Yes, this is the plan for it's a 2-floor space, and this is the plan for the second floor, and it also depicts in some yellow highlighting the location of 3 additional kiosks for placing sports bets.
Ms. Mahmood, could you go back to the first page, please, which is labeled ground floor? Okay. Will there be a window, a sports wagering window at this location?
Yes, there would be a single sports wagering window, and that is toward the bottom left-hand side of the floor plan. It looks like there's a marking, a measurement marking in red, pointing to a black box, and that black box is the preliminary location of the sports betting window.
Thank you, Ms. Mahmood. Can we show now what's labeled as exhibit number 2 on our protest information form? The whole thing, yeah. I will tell you, Mr. Hudlin, this is a multi-page document, and Ms. Mahmood's going to just scroll gently through it, and then I will ask you if you can identify what it is.
And I might be doing this incorrectly as a layperson, I don't know, but is this required to be relevant to the wagering endorsement, this exhibit?
Why?
I will, if the chair wishes to characterize that as an objection, I'll respond.
Yes, thank you.
All
I
right.
would like it to be characterized as such.
It's an objection because you're saying it's not relevant. Is that's
Okay.
So that's the objection that you're.
Yes, thank
you're
you.
Right.
I appreciate it.
And,
Okay.
and Mr.
And
O'Brien, go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, sir. What we're demonstrating here is this is not going to be a casino or a gambling emporium. That this is going to be, as Mr. Dean has already testified, a sports bar and restaurant, of which sports wagering is only an ancillary part. That's the relevance of it.
I'm going to overrule the objection. So go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay. Mr. Huddlin, did you have an opportunity to review what was just scrolled?
I did.
And taken together, what do these multi-pages consist of?
These are the current menu at the Bethesda Sports and Social location.
Okay. I'd ask Ms. Mahmood to scroll down to the couple pages. I'll tell you when to stop, please. All right, go a little higher so they can read it. No, so they can read the title. Top. This is one page of this exhibit, Mr. Huddlin. Can you tell the board what that page depicts?
Yes, this is the kids menu for our Bethesda location.
And to what extent do you have children patronize sports and social?
It happens all the time. We're in a mixed use district in Pike and Rose up there. There's
where's Pike and Rose?
It's in North Bethesda, Maryland.
Okay, continue.
So there's in that neighborhood there are shops, there are restaurants, there's a movie theater, there's a bowling alley, there's residential, and so we have families all the time who are out shopping. They are in the neighborhood and they want a place where they can come as a whole family, watch the game, and have some food. And I'll tell you, I have two kids, a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old. I live in Silver Spring, and I'm over there all the time. And my kids have ordered off of this kids menu plenty of times. They're not the most adventurous eaters. They typically go with the butter noodles, but this is that's the type of environment we are going for at Sports and Social. It's a place the whole family can come.
Do you have any sense of what percentage of revenues at the Sports and Social on M Street, should it be approved by the board, what percentage of revenues will come from sports wagering as opposed to food and beverage?
Sure. It's the sports wagering piece of it is really an ancillary use. Our main business is food and beverage. We're a sports bar, a restaurant. I would anticipate that no more than 10 to 15% of the revenue would come from sports betting.
Do you have any sense, based on your other Sports and Social locations, what percentage of patrons might actually engage in sports wagering?
It's going to be a minority. We don't have precise calculations that I could share, but based on experience, I would say it's less than 25% of our patrons would place a sports bet, and I would not be at all surprised if it's significantly less than 25% of our patrons.
All right. Do all Sports and Socials well, let me ask you, how many Sports and Socials are there in the U.S. presently?
We currently have 9 locations that are open for business.
Okay. And do all of them have sports wagering?
No.
And why do not all have sports wagering? Why do all not have sports wagering?
Because under current law, we're not permitted to offer it at many of our locations. We're in a number of different jurisdictions, and the law of sports betting, as I think many of us on this meeting know, are rapidly changing.
All right. How many of the 9 Sports and Social locations do offer sports wagering?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question? I want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Of the 9 presently open Sports and Social locations, how many of those 9 offer sports wagering?
3 currently offer sports wagering.
Okay. Well, if you can operate 6 Sports and Social locations without sports wagering, why do you want or need sports wagering at this location?
Each location is different. The market conditions vary, but I will tell you, where we're able to add sports wagering to an existing location, we would seize that opportunity. I think at this location, it's part of the business model. It's one of the many layers. We talk internally about building layers for the guest experience, and I think sports wagering is an important layer of the guest experience here.
In your experience, what effect does the presence of sports wagering have on food and beverage sales at those locations that offer sports wagering?
It's additive. It increases the food and beverage sales at the location. It's a draw for guests, even if they're only going to place a very small bet. They might that gets them in the door so that then they can stay and they can enjoy the food, they can enjoy the drinks, and they can watch the game.
The hours of operation under the present ABC license run to 2 and 3 in the morning, 3 on weekends. Would this sports and social necessarily be open all such hours?
Not necessarily. It would depend on market conditions, the day of the week, and it would also depend on what's going on in the world of sports. Whether there's big events that are happening.
The sidewalk, I will characterize the sidewalk in front of the Suffolk location as relatively narrow. What measures would you take to control queuing in the event that you reach capacity inside?
I think that's a very unlikely scenario based on our experience elsewhere. I think it'd be an extraordinarily rare circumstance where we have guests lining up out the door and we're over capacity. And we've often, in those high volume days, the Super Bowls, that sort of thing, we're operating based on reservations, which very much helps to control the crowd. But we would also, when we do have those high volume days, we make sure we have adequate security personnel on hand to control queues, keep folks moving, and keep everything safe.
All right, I'm going to ask the next witness, Ms. Beating, regarding a security plan. But to what extent will you have cameras installed at this Georgetown location?
We will have security cameras throughout the venue, and I would anticipate that we would have security cameras also on the entrance and covering the sidewalk area outside the venue.
All right, and for what period of time would those cameras record before looping over?
It would be at least 30 days, potentially longer.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I would move our exhibits 1, which is the 2-page floor plan. Exhibit 2 was the multi-page menu, and Exhibit 3 was the renderings or the photographs of the sports and social location in Bethesda. I would move those exhibits into evidence.
Ms. Palmer, do you have any objection to Exhibit 1, 2, or 3 being moved into evidence?
No, thank you.
So moved. Thank you.
Okay, then those are my questions to Mr. Huddleman.
All right, thank you. So all right, thank you. All right, Ms. Palmer, any questions of Mr. Huddle, please?
Yes, thank you. So who is the owner of this establishment? Are you?
The owner of the establishment currently is M Street Entertainment.
Okay, so you noted that there would be cameras and some sort of security, but you're not the owner, no plan has been submitted, and presumably the owner could make a decision about this that would, you're not the decision maker on this, is that correct?
Objection, decision maker as to what?
How cameras are set up. The owner is?
Well, Mr. Chair, it's already been explained that if the board approves the entertainment endorsement, the tenant will be the licensee and be the tenant who will be responsible for cameras and things like that. I think that's
At the
already been
pleasure of
established.
the board, right? Is that correct? At the pleasure of the board?
All right. This is what's presented to us. Currently, the license is owned by the owner of the building.
Okay.
It's my understanding that if the license, and remember the business is not in operation. So it's my understanding if the board approves the endorsement, then the landlord will will submit the license to the ABC board to transfer it to the license to the licensee. And then based on their lease agreement, my assumption is that a licensee now owns the business. He or she will do excuse me, whatever they need to do to provide security. But that's not something that the board at this juncture would be involved with that.
Right. Thank you. And that's because no transfer has happened at this time. Is that correct?
Are you asking who you're asking? Well, I think it's
I'll answer.
established. Well, I mean, it's established that the license belongs to the landlord. So we're not. This board is not making any determination at this juncture on a transfer. That's for a different process and proceeding. All the decision that this board has been asked today is to add an endorsement on the license, the current license that is owned by the landlord.
Okay. And the witness, just for clarity's sake, is not the owner. He's a representative of someone who will potentially be the owner at the time that a transfer happens at the pleasure of the board.
As per the disclosure, the witness is Vice President General Counsel of Entertainment Consulting International LLC, which is an affiliate of the future tenant. So yes, the description of his title is Vice President General Counsel of Entertainment. So he's an attorney who represents, it's my understanding based on the description of what was in the paper, that he is an employee of, or he has some type of business relationship either as a contractor or an employee of the entity.
Okay, great. And I should add, particularly given, I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name, Mr. Huddlin, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, particularly in light of Mr. Huddlin's role, I should say that the neighborhood is really delighted to have a high-end sports bar and restaurant, as you describe it. And my guess is that I'll enjoy that menu, as will many of our neighbors. You noted that there is a similar restaurant at Pike and Rose, in an exurb, so a suburb, if you will, of Washington, D.C., not too far from here. And you noted some similarities. There's stuff going on, there are some residences. Are you, in addition to your work as a consultant for hospitality businesses, you also an urban planner or zoning administrator?
I am not.
And so how qualified are you to compare neighborhood demographics?
I don't believe I have compared neighborhood demographics, and I'm here speaking as a witness to my experience.
Okay. Why do you think communities, you talked about some sports and socials that don't have the sports wagering endorsement. In your experience setting these businesses up, particularly since you noticed that you would seize any opportunity to have sports betting, why do you think some communities don't allow sports betting?
I would just be speculating.
Okay. Can a restaurant be successful in this particular location without sports betting? I know you said you would like to have it, but could a restaurant in Georgetown succeed without sports betting based on your entertainment consulting experience?
I can say that from our perspective, we believe sports betting is an important component of the success of what we are proposing at this location.
Okay, yes. So of what you're proposing for this location, you feel like sports wagering is an important element to your concept. Does that sound right?
I
Yeah.
think that's correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about how Georgetown is ripe for sports wagering. What research do you have to support?
Objection, I don't recall the witness testifying to that.
Okay.
Correct. What?
Okay, we can strike that. Would it be safe to say that your role is helping clients reach their business goals related to hospitality? I believe that's what it noted on your website, but in your specific capacity, is that your goal?
Yes, I'm aware that that's a statement that's on our website, and I would agree that I'm part of a leadership team at my company that helps our hospitality clients, which includes the sports and social locations, to achieve their business goals.
Great. And also on the website, it speaks to food and beverage, concept creation, et cetera. Is that sort of your wheelhouse?
That is among the services that we provide to the various bars and restaurants.
What experience do you have opening sports and social in an urban neighborhood that's bounded specifically by zoning for residential only?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you asking my experience opening a sports and social in a residentially zoned, in a neighborhood that's zoned exclusively for residential?
No, opening one, because not one that is bounded by residential only zoning. So within a block, say.
Well, I can say that there's residential within the Pike and Rose development.
Yes, but that's not residential only. Is that correct? There's businesses there.
Within that development, that's correct.
Yeah.
I believe there is residential, within a fairly close radius, but I can't speak to the specifics.
Yeah, I think it's all mixed together. I think that's one of the beauties of Pike and Rose. How does parking work at Pike and Rose?
At Pike and Rose, the
Objection, relevance.
Well, I think the ANC and the Citizens Association of Georgetown is concerned about people leaving the establishment and walking to their cars. and the lack of on-street parking. I think we've already noted that in our comments.
I guess my question, to make a ruling, Ms. Palmer,
Yes.
this is asking for an endorsement. Is the allegation that by issuing this endorsement that it's gonna add additional
No,
parking woes in than if
no.
because there
No, that's not my concern. We really would welcome as many people as the place could fit to the neighborhood. The concern is that when people leave the business with cash in their pocket that they didn't have when they arrived, that they become attractive targets for criminalization. There is no parking immediately on the street by this establishment. The only place to park for our location is within a dark, quiet residential neighborhood. And my question was whether or not the conditions are similar or different in Pike and Rose. And if they're similar, I would like to hear about his experience in ensuring their safety. And if they're different, I would like to note that the conditions are different and it's really not a good comparison, that there is not a lot of experience in supporting patron safety.
it's a very complex and compound question that you're asking, if that's the question you're asking. So
yes,
why don't you maybe rephrase the question, ask him a shorter question, and then let's get to an answer. Why don't you rephrase the question that you're asking him then, please?
Sure. When patrons leave, where do people park to come to Pike and Rose?
Objection, Mr. Chair, relevance.
But I'm going to overrule the objection because I think it was brought in to say that, this is a similar facility that we're trying to open in DC. So I think it's relevant. So you can answer the question.
Very well.
Well, I'll start by saying that not all patrons do park. I think the Pike and Rose development, like Georgetown, is fairly well served by public transit. There's a metro station very close by.
Sorry, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
But for those that do, there are some parking garages within the development, none that are directly adjacent or with the direct access from our venue to the garage, but they're in the vicinity.
Mm-hmm. And could you share, are you aware of where the closest metro station or parking garages are to this particular location in Georgetown?
The metro station, I recall from my time living in Arlington and then lived in Columbia Heights, I believe Foggy Bottom would be the closest, and then the Roslyn station would be the closest two metro stations, but there's also Metro bus that serves the area.
And do you know how many miles away either of those metro stations are from this location?
Let me think about this because I used to walk from my apartment near Roslyn to my office in the West End. I think that was about a 2-mile walk, so less than that.
Yeah. So do you expect that your patrons at 3 o'clock in the morning are going to be using the metro in Georgetown?
It's certainly possible. I know in my younger days, I used the metro at late night hours coming home from some places in Georgetown.
Uh-huh. Okay. I guess my final question, actually, that should be, this would be helpful. We asked this question to one of the former witnesses and he wasn't sure, so perhaps you might have the answer to this. What is the maximum size bet that will be allowed? Sorry, we asked the question of the former witness, what is the difference between the kiosk and the window other than there is a human being at the window? Could you share what the answer is to that if you know it?
I think the next witness would be.
Okay,
better
that's
to
fine.
speak to that, but as I generally use the analogy that, it's like the bank. It's the difference between a teller and an ATM. You can
Sure.
same service at both, but one is computerized and the other there's a person servicing.
And what is the maximum size bet that would be allowed at this establishment?
I'm not aware of the answer to that beyond saying that it would be, whatever is allowed by the Office of Lottery and Gaming Regulations.
And you don't know what that amount is?
No, again, I think that's a question that the next witness might be. better
Okay,
able to address.
very good. Thank you. That's all.
Ms. Palmer, are there any questions by any board members? Any redirect, Mr. O'Brien?
Mr. Huddleman, if the board were to deny the sports wagering endorsement or severely restrict its operation, would the sports and social project at this address go forward?
I think it's highly likely that it would not move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Odlin, for your testimony. You see you have one more witness. Is that you have one more witness, sir?
That's correct. It is Kathy Beeden.
Kathy Beeden?
Beeden. I'm sorry, I misspelled. Beeding. I'm sorry. Beeding. But I'll let the witness straighten it out.
All right, Ms. Beeden, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, your witness.
All right. Ms. Beeding, would you spell both your first and last names for the reporter, please?
Kathy, Cathy, Beeding, BEE, D as in Delta, ING.
All right. And Ms. Beeding, how are you employed?
I'm employed as the Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Cordish Gaming Shared Services.
As in that position, what are your duties involved?
I provide legal oversight and advice on all operational aspects of the gaming division of the Cordish companies.
Are you personally familiar with DC laws and regulations governing sports wagering?
I am. I have reviewed DC Code 36-621.01 through 621.17, as well as the regulations promulgated by the Office of Lottery and Gaming at 30 DCMR 2100 through 2199.
Okay. Is the Cordish interests through its sports and social concept prepared to adhere to and comply with all the district's statutes and regulations regarding sports wagering?
Yes, we are. That's the only way we would be able to obtain a license.
What's the minimum dollar amount of cash that a sports wagering licensee, we're talking about a Class B licensee, such as sports and social, what's the minimum amount of cash that would be required to be on hand?
There's a reserve requirement in the regulations, and it's the greater of $25,000 or the amount of the outstanding liability on unpaid wagers or future wagers.
All right, but that money has to be on hand to pay bets, winning bets, correct?
Correct. That's
Is it
the
ever-
expectation from the customer that we will pay the bet for winning bets.
Okay. Is it ever acceptable to say to a customer, a winning customer, come back later? We're not going to pay you now.
Not unless no, that's not acceptable unless there is an issue with the wager, in which case we would have to involve the regulator.
Okay, but assuming that the wager was unquestioned.
Assuming the wager is unquestioned, the expectation is that we will pay winning wagers when they are presented by the holder of the bet.
In what form would you pay would you pay the wagers?
The expectation is that we would pay the wager in cash.
What sort of a security plan, if any, will exist with respect to sports wagering at this location?
All Class B licensees are required to submit a security plan that complies with the minimum internal control standards set forth at 12.9.1 by the Office of Lottery and Gaming.
All right, and when we say Class B license, we're not talking about an ABC license, are we?
Oh, no, sir. I'm a gaming attorney, so I speak mostly with regard to gaming licenses. That is a sports wagering license issued by the OLG. There are two types issued in the district, a Class A and a Class B.
What matters will be covered by a security plan?
There are several mandatory topics that are listed in 12.9.1. I can put those into the record if you like. They are designed to ensure that sports wagering conducted in the sports wagering facility is conducted within the sighted control of designated employees of the licensee and under continuous observation by security equipment as required by the OLG. And I can list all of these. The licensee shall ensure that all approved designated areas for sports wagering at the sports wagering facility are monitored by designated staff and OLG approved security systems that are operational and regularly maintained in accordance with the regulations. A sports wagering facility shall be designed to promote optimum security of the facility and shall include the installation and maintenance of security and surveillance equipment, including closed circuit television equipment. I'm sorry, was there a question?
No.
Okay. According to specifications approved by the OLG shall have direct access to the system and its transmissions. Nothing in the minimum internal controls will preclude the OLG from permitting a licensee to conduct sports wagering subject to appropriate terms and conditions in a location other than a sports wagering facility upon petition of a licensee. The licensee shall also submit a surveillance plan for OLG approval prior to accepting wagers in any approved sports wagering facility. Any changes to that surveillance plan also must be approved by the OLG prior to implementation. Before sports wagering operations are to commence.
I'd like to object. I'd like to know what the relevance of reading the OLG rules are.
I'm also Mr. O'Brien.
All right, well, the question was asked earlier about security plans. And the witness is testifying to a mandatory security plan.
That's from another agency. I believe that a security plan is required through DC Lottery. So I mean,
That's absolutely correct.
So then we can state that a security plan, if the board approves a sports wagering endorsement, and if an application is made to DC Lottery, then I think as part of their process, a security plan is required. So I mean, I think we can put that on the record. We don't need to go any further than that because that's all right.
Very, very well. Ms. Beating, can a sports wagering licensee in DC operate without a window?
It is, all sports wagering facility facilities in DC are required to have a cage. And I believe that terminology has been colloquially referred to in this hearing as a window. But it is a requirement under the OLG regulations to have a cage. Our intention would be for that cage to have a window where people can conduct transactions.
With a human being.
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions of Ms. Beeding, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Palmer, you have any questions for Ms. Beeding?
Thank you. Picking up on where you left off, what is the difference between a cage as you described it and a window as you're requesting?
In my mind, they're the same thing as what I was trying to tell you, that
So
a cage is a mandatory requirement.
I think you said a cage is a mandatory requirement, but you would like to add something to the cage, a person taking bets, that's not required?
No, that is required as part of the cage function. There's just several functions that a cage performs, and having a person manning the cage is part of it. It's part of the overall functions of a cage.
And that's specific to sports wagering or kiosks and betting in general?
Objection. I find the question confusing, Mr. Chair.
Well,
I'm sorry. I know you have, but is the witness able to answer the question? If she's not, then we'll. Does the witness understand the question?
I don't understand the question.
All right, so can you rephrase your question?
Sure. As I understand it, and I very well could be wrong, there are kiosks that are related to games of skill, for instance, video games that you can bet on. And then there's also sports wagering kiosks. The kiosks may be the same, but the activity is different. Are you suggesting that in order to have any kiosk, regardless of what the activity, if you will, is, that there must also be a window?
I'm not familiar at all with games of skill in the district and offer no opinions with regard to games of skill. If you're asking me about sports wagering and whether or not a cage is required, my testimony stands that a cage is required by OLG regulations.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Beyond that, there is a human being at the window that can speak to a patron. What is the difference between the kiosk and the window?
Let me ask, why are we here? I'm not quite sure why is it the relevance of us talking about a kiosk, a window, a cage. I mean, this hearing, I know I've given some leeway, but I'm not quite sure why are we going here.
My understanding, and again, I may be wrong, which is partially why I'm asking the question here, is that there are different bet sizes allowed at the different facilities, if you will. And I would just like to know if that's the case.
Then ask that question, then, because that's a different question. Ask the question. Okay. I don't see any reason why we need to be talking about cage and kiosks and all of that.
Okay.
To the board making a determination.
Sure. Can you please share if there are different, if bets are different sizes or different at kiosks and cages?
They can be.
And what is the maximum size bet proposed for kiosks, and what is the maximum size bet proposed for cages or windows or whatever you want to call them at this particular location?
The maximum cash wager that would be accepted at a kiosk is up to $3,000.
Uh-huh.
Maximums as to all wagering activities are set by the licensee subject to OLG approval, and we have not set those maximums at this time.
Okay, so you haven't set the maximum at this time. What is the maximum that OLG allows?
The regulations say that it is the position of the licensee to propose minimums and maximums that are subject to OLG approval.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is that OLG doesn't specify a maximum and actually leaves that to the licensee. And at this time, you have not determined what that maximum is, but that it is within your discretion. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's what I testified to.
Oh, great. Could you please clarify then?
Yes, I said that the regulations provide for the licensee to propose minimum and maximum wagers that are subject to approval by OLG.
And you have not specified what that will be at this time. You have not made a request of OLG what that will be at this time.
We have not applied for a license yet. No.
Could it by law be $1 million?
There's no maximum indicated in the regulations.
Okay.
Reality is that that would not happen.
Okay. Thank you. You noted in your testimony that the expectation is that you, quote, pay a wager in cash. And actually, you used the term, the expectation is that you pay a wager in cash. Whose expectation is that?
The patron's expectation.
Okay. Is that a requirement by OLG or ABRA, as far as you know?
I can't speak to ABRA requirements. The OLG states that there are other ways to pay wagers. For example, if a patron requested a check, we would entertain such a request.
Okay. Your organization is really very well known and very well respected, frankly, for running casinos. So certainly your team has a lot of experience running large gaming operations. In the inspector's report, it notes that the prospective tenant will conduct the sports wagering operation consistent with all applicable statutes and regulations, unquote. You don't identify which statutes or regulations address concerns, or you haven't thus far identified which statutes or regulations address concerns about peace, order, and quiet outside of the four walls of your building. Is that correct?
I'm confused by that question. Are you asking me about the report, or is there another question that you are asking me? And I apologize. I perhaps just misunderstood you.
Sure. I know I'm long-winded. I'm not a very good lawyer because I'm not one. You haven't noted which statutes or regulations in which you will be conducting the sports wagering operation that address concerns about peace, order, and quiet? Or have you addressed, let me rephrase. Have you addressed any or shared any ways that you plan to address peace, order, and quiet, particularly related to statutes and regulations set forth by the governing bodies here?
Yes, I referenced the minimum internal control standards located at 12.9.1. I originally began listing those items. I did not get to item E, Romanet 1, 2, and 3. In particular, E says the licensee security plan shall, at minimum, include Romanet 1, plans to safeguard the employees during critical situations, e.g. active shooter, armed robbery. Romanet 2, physical security measures to address terror attacks or other threats. And allow me to finish, please. Romanet 3, a security zone plan for the sports wagering facility, employing fixed security posts and roving security officers designed to ensure the physical safety of employees and invitees to the sports wagering facility.
And sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Is there anything else you wanted to read? No. Okay, I just didn't want to cut you off. At the end, you noted that they're designed to secure employees and patrons. And all of those things that you just noted are relevant inside the building, not. Let me ask you a question. Are the are the items that you noted previously designed to secure safety or security in the adjacent residential zoned neighborhood for patrons or employees who need to get to their cars, for instance, or walk home 2 blocks away once they've left the establishment?
The minimum internal control standards I just read you are not exclusive to the interior of the sports wagering facility.
Do they extend and maybe this is just a nomenclature thing, minimum internal security? Does that mean, what does internal mean there?
Their minimum internal control standards, if you want to speak with a sports analogy, they're kind of our playbook. And so what we are required as an operator or a licensee to do is when we have a regulator that publishes what they're called MICS, minimum internal control standards, we then have to take those minimums and incorporate them into our internal controls, which are all approved by the regulator. And those internal controls set forth, again, our playbook for operations. And those are the standards that we are held to as operators by the regulator through regular audits and other enforcement activity.
Okay, so it sounds like you will have great security systems that are required for the operation of the business itself. Is that correct?
I believe that we will, yes. If you're asking for my opinion.
Yeah,
yes. I believe we will have state-of-the-art security and surveillance controls at this location as we do at all of our other locations where we have gaming activity.
At the location, got it. Thank you very much. I'm finished.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any questions by the board members?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Ms. Breeding, thank you for being here today and for your expert testimony. You may have stated this, but there's a lot of facts that have been thrown around. Where are you based? Where is your office?
Our corporate offices for Cordish Gaming Shared Services are co-located with Maryland Live Casino in Hanover, Maryland.
That when we weren't sheltering in place, that's where your office is. I'm assuming, right? So you may have also mentioned this. Have you been to this location that's a topic of discussion today?
No, I have not, but I have been to Georgetown and I have been to M Street. I may have passed by this location, but since it's vacant, I can't tell you that I absolutely focused in on it.
If all the ducks in the row go forward in the future, will you be involved when they set up operations and helping them set up the operations that you're responsible for, or would that go to somebody internal at that location?
No, it would be my team as the primary liaison with the OLG on all compliance related matters and authorization to proceed in terms of submitting licenses, submitting our internal controls and all of the house rules, terms and conditions, the myriad things that come along from a compliance perspective. for submission to the regulators. My team heads up all of that, yes. And I do a
Because-
majority of that work myself, frankly.
And because we've heard that the current owner of the license, which is in safekeeping, and has negotiated with your firm to, once it's out of safekeeping, to apply to have that license transferred to your corporation that you work for.
I believe that the license would be held at the affiliate at the so it wouldn't be necessarily CG Shared Services, but it would be an affiliate of ours that is related to ECI, which is the company. All of us are under common ownership, but there's a lot of different silos there. So I don't want to misrepresent that the license would be transferred to my company, when we will likely do business in a single purpose entity established for the sports wagering operations in DC, as I believe ECI will have a special purpose entity to hold and operate the sports and social restaurant concept.
It's not a franchise. It's more of like a subsidiary. I'm just
Like an
I don't have a
affiliate.
preference.
Right.
Affiliate. That's more like
Like we're
that's more
sister
like a,
companies. Yeah.
but it's not like a franchise.
No, it's not a franchise. It's not.
Okay.
No. Mm-mm.
Thank you for that. Now I've heard that there's discussion about if a patron wishes to get a check, that the entity is capable of doing that on the spot.
Well,
Do any- oh,
you know, it depends on what time it is. And it depends on, you know, the amount for sure. But we certainly would always entertain a request for a check. Yes, we do that. We do that at all of our facilities.
And you've learned today basically how long our hearings take, and you've been very patient listening to everyone. So in your listening, you have heard how CAG as an organization and the ANC as an organization is very concerned, really offsite, when people, when they quote, there's a reputation that someone possibly could have large cash of their winnings that night, walking 2 or 3 blocks away. I think we all know in urban areas, the more residential you get, the probably less coverage you have. The police tend to be in commercial areas. So do you all have history or any knowledge, and it may not be in your path, but working with that security issue in areas that are as residential as this one will be?
Right. So Maryland Live, which is, you know, one of the most successful regional casinos in the United States, from a gross gaming revenue perspective, is actually co-located with a mall in a suburban area with a lot of residential infill development around us. We work very closely with the Anne Arundel County Sheriff's Department. It's not even in a city, right? So we don't even have like city police, but we work very closely with the sheriff here. We also, of course, have security personnel and a security plan that we abide by in order to keep, because it's the same duty, right? We have a duty to ensure the safety of our team members and our patrons. And if people are getting hurt at our facility, that's not a good look for us. And so we do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen.
So my last question is, I understand you mentioned check, but do any of your company's facilities around the country, because I understand you're national, if not international, do any of them have allowed for electronic payments?
You know, we could, there for like large casino gaming clients, we would allow for like a wire transfer. Under certain circumstances, it's extremely rare. I can tell you that. And
I think a takeaway today is that there's a lot of concern about the quote perception. It may not even be reality, but the perception that this little hive, so to speak, is going to be active, and people are not just leaving intoxicated or happy. They're leaving maybe inebriated somewhat and also with a lot of cash on them. And I think that is something this board is very concerned about, to work with companies like yourself on how do we figure that conundrum out. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I hear none. Ms. Palmer, any do you have any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, one question. Ms. Beading, presume that I am a patron and I won big one night. Would you make me leave with cash?
No.
What alternatives could you offer me if I didn't want to have that kind of cash on me?
I would offer you a check if we were able to do that right there. I would offer you a check coming from our corporate office. I would offer you the ability to redeem that ticket by mail. So there are other options. The person could also re-wager those winnings. There's a lot of choice here on what could happen with that money.
But no one's forced out the door with cash against their will.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beadon, for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. O'Brien, do you have any other witnesses?
No, applicant rests, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Palmer, how many witnesses do you have?
I know that this may not answer your question in the way that you've asked it, so you can tell me so. But Ms. Secreta Parker is listed, and I know she has feedback to share, but I don't know, is she considered a witness, or will she provide a closing statement?
Well, I think Ms. Parker stated that she's represented the Citizens Association of Georgetown, so she said that she reserved, so she'll have a closing statement, so therefore she's not going to testify.
Okay,
So
I just didn't want to misunderstand the question, so no, I have no other witnesses. Thank you.
So you don't have a witness for you
No,
to present your case?
Nope.
Are you just gonna, so how you plan to present your case then?
I have a closing statement and
You have a closing statement.
yes.
All right. Okay, so you're not testifying, you're just, because if you're testifying, I need to swear you in. You're just giving a closing. That's why I'm trying to find out what I need to do, since I know Ms. Parker is going to give a closing statement and as you know, a closing statement is that this is your case. You're telling us what your case is, and you're going to tell us what it is that you want the board to do. So that's something that I know that Ms. Parker is doing. So are you going to do the same, or are you, hold on, Mr. Short, are you planning to do the same thing, or are you going to, I'm trying to figure out how is it you're going to present your case?
Sure. I have a summary of our concerns, and that I would like to present. And I'm very sorry that as a layperson, I don't have all of the vocabulary in my back pocket for you. So however you would like me to proceed, I'm comfortable with proceeding, but I have a prepared statement to summarize our position that I would like to share.
So you have a prepared statement. All right, I just want to, I'm trying to make sure that you're not testifying. I guess what I'm trying to find out, if you're going to testify in closing, then I need to swear you in. But if you're just making, so if it's not a testimony per se, if you're just stating what the ANC's position is, then I'm fine with that. So I was just trying to figure out whether or not I need to swear you in doing your presentation.
To be 100% honest, I'm not entirely sure what the difference is between the testifying and the closing statement. So
the closing statement is that you're stating this is what we've presented, and this is what we want. This is what the law says. This is why the board should not do it that way. But if you're going to start giving me facts and that has not, there's been no testimony. You start giving your opinion, and because part of where we are, depending on what it is that you're saying, Mr. O'Brien might have an opportunity to cross-examine you. So that's why I'm asking how you plan to present yourself. How do you plan to present it? So if you're just closing a case to say that this is why if you're going to start giving opinions and stuff, and I'm going to swear you in, and then Mr. O'Brien will cross-examine you. If you're just giving a closing statement like you're wrapping up your case, then there is no need to swear you in or for Mr. O'Brien to cross-examine you.
I think I can, as long as Ms. Secreta Parker and I can both provide a closing statement, I think we'd like to do so. Is that possible?
Well, Ms. Parker, she has I told her from the beginning that she have an opportunity to do a closing statement. So she has that, because as her organization also had standing in this hearing. So she elected just to do a closing statement. And so because you were cross-examining and the others, so I thought you had witnesses that you wanted to call, or maybe if you yourself wanted to testify. As you see, Mr. O'Brien had called witnesses and they all testified, you asked questions. So I was trying to figure out if you're going to do the same thing, then I would have to swear you in, and then Mr. O'Brien would have an opportunity to cross-examine you on what you just testified to.
I think you've heard most of my opinions, so I am comfortable with closing.
All right, fine. All right. Yes, Mr. Short, you had a question?
Yes, I was a little confused myself, Mr. Chair, because the Georgetown bid was mentioned, the Civic Association was mentioned, the ANCs have been mentioned, and there were some questions that I had, but if the person, or Ms. Parker or Ms. Palmer, are not going to be sworn in, I guess I won't get a chance to ask questions unless Mr.
Hold on. All right, Mr. Short, this hearing was, I'm sorry, the protest hearing, what was requested by the licensee is a substantial change for the sports wagering endorsement. The substantial change endorsement was protested by the Citizens Association of Georgetown and also ANC 2E. And as you're aware, when we have our hearings, we never have, I normally, the board has the authority to tell the two protestants that you need to combine. We're not going to have two hearings. And so Ms. Ms. Parker had stated that, which I told her earlier, that she could give an opening statement and also have a closing statement, that therefore she would, on behalf of the Citizens Association of Georgetown, she was not testifying, she's just going to give a closing statement. The ANC decided was the lead attorney, I'll say in this case, and the lead attorney cross-examined the witnesses from the applicant. Miss Palmer, however, stated that she is not calling any witnesses. She's just going to give a closing statement. So therefore, there is no opportunity for questions to be asked by either Mr. O'Brien or by the board. They're just going to give a closing statement and say this is where this is where we are, and this is what the board should do.
Well,
So there's
I would offer that if I'm happy to answer questions. So if you would like to swear me in so that Mr. Short or any other members of the board or Mr. O'Brien would like to ask me questions, I'm more than happy to answer if that's helpful.
I know you're not a potty plant, Mr. O'Brien, so we've been talking around you. Go ahead, Mr. What do you have something to say, Mr.
The only
O'Brien?
observation I would make is that during argument, meaning closing statement, the board certainly is entitled to ask questions.
Yes. And I would encourage them to do so. Please do.
I'm from the old school, Mr. O'Brien, is that when we do opening and closing arguments, that questions are not asked. These are the opportunities for the lawyers to show off. And so I try not to allow folks to ask questions to interrupt their flow. But I'm not gonna, if people have pressing questions, then at the end, but we'll see.
I'm of the slightly older school, Mr. Chair, and I have been lambasted millions of times by judges during closing argument.
Well, and the good news is, as I've demonstrated today, I'm not a lawyer, so you don't even need to.
Miss Palmer, I'm not going to allow you to use that badge, because you have done an excellent job in presenting today. So I'm not going to allow you to continue saying that you're not a lawyer.
I like Terry Mason. What can I say?
I think you're trying for me to be easy on you, because you keep on saying I'm not a lawyer. So therefore, I'll usually give leeway to non-attorneys. I'm very strict when it comes to attorneys, but when you're not, if you don't present yourself as an attorney, but anyway,
yeah.
But so this is, but so since you're not, you're just going to do a close-in, and normally what happens is that the applicant would close, then the protestants would have an opportunity to close, and then I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. O'Brien, to have the last word. Okay, so
I'll reserve my argument for rebuttal.
All right, that's fine. All right, so you're going to reserve. All right, so I'll go then with Miss I'm sorry, Miss Parker. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman and the board, for allowing me to speak today in trying to replace Miss Cookie Cruz, who many of you know. My name is Tara Secreta Parker, and I live at 29th and Q Street. So I'm just 1 block away from Mr. Dean and 7 blocks away from the proposed establishment. I am the president of the Citizens Association of Georgetown, the oldest citizens association in the country. We're pretty proud of that. CAG is a membership organization that represents approximately 1,000 households in Georgetown, and its mission is focused on public safety, historic preservation, and matters of community interest. And between the ANC and the Citizens Association of Georgetown, we are the eyes, ears, and voice of the residents of Georgetown. The Citizens Association of Georgetown is strongly opposed to this sports wagering endorsement for the following 3 reasons. First, we believe that sports betting, drinking, and late night hours, gambling until 3 a.m. is an attractive nuisance and causes an unreasonable risk of crime, disruption, and noise in our neighborhood. This business is seeking more kiosks than any other business in DC. But we have seen no security plan from the applicant and no evidence that this unprecedented gambling establishment won't cause harm to a historic residential community like Georgetown. Georgetown is not a casino. Georgetown is not a stadium or a sports venue. And Georgetown is not accustomed to gambling, and certainly not on this scale. We all seem to agree that Georgetown is a community, and while business is very important to us, it is essentially a quiet village in a large city. In short, a large-scale gambling facility does not fit in. Second, we are particularly concerned about the late-night hours and gambling until 3 a.m. According to MPD, as of July 13th, there has been a recent increase of homicide by 13%, robbery up 25%, and violent crime up 7%. We have had 2 gun-related homicides in the past year on M Street, and the citizens of Georgetown are concerned for their safety. The Auburn inspector stated earlier that Georgetown gets quiet around 9 p.m. Having patrons leave a casino 6 hours later at 3 a.m. with cash winnings walking in the dark to their cars or to their ride shares is a perfect setting for dangerous crime. Third, our community has been disturbed and endangered by another late-night restaurant that's open until 4 a.m. that's located at 28th and M, just 3 blocks away. I have witnessed disruptive and dangerous conduct, including public urination, fights and brawls, excessive litter, traffic jams, and horns blaring until 4 a.m. in the morning. Almost 200 citizens have signed a petition to try and limit this restaurant's late-night hours as it drastically endangers the peace and order of the neighborhood. Having another late-night gambling establishment 3 blocks away will inevitably compound this problem, and it is a serious one. I am not here to speculate about what might happen. We know what happens with late-night venues of any kind in Georgetown, and it's a big problem. Residents live only 1 block away from this proposed establishment, and we are deeply concerned about its impact on peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood. Based on all the reasons stated above and all of those stated by Commissioner Palmer, the Citizens Association is strongly opposed to this substantial change to the license, and we ask that it be flatly denied. Thank you again for your time today.
Ms. Palmer?
Yes, thank you. And thank you all for indulging my attempt at portraying a lawyer today. Today, the applicant has shared a number of reasons why they believe that this specific endorsement should be granted. We heard from residents supportive of opening a sports and entertainment bar and restaurant. We heard from the landlord and why it is important to him for the endorsement to be granted. And we've heard from the applicant themselves about the rules they plan to follow and their track record. I am here today as a duly elected representative of the thousands of residents in the vicinity of where this business is to operate. In that capacity, I submit to the board the following. It is neither pertinent nor determinative in your role as an adjudicator in this case to consider how the granting of this specific endorsement would impact the landlord's business operations. His feedback that it is important to the leasing of this property should not be considered relevant. 2, while we heard from 2 witnesses today about their speculation that it is important to the community that the space be open and operated. In my capacity as a representative of the community, I've heard overwhelming feedback from the community that this specific endorsement would be inappropriate for our neighborhood. For example, in my conversation with one resident who lives a block and a half from this proposed sportsbook, the neighbor shared, "My wife and I are very concerned about this. Betting establishments are more appropriate in entertainment districts or in areas near sports venues like Chinatown, Nats Park, Navy Yard, Adams Morgan, most of which already have structured or other off-street parking. It's almost certain patrons will park on neighborhood streets, like visitors to other nightlife establishments already do. So it will be dangerous for residents to have individuals with large amounts of cash late at night in front of our houses. It's easy to assume an armed robbery going bad and one of our houses getting struck with gunfire. And it's also likely to attract more crime to the area, which will impact residents. There's also no real reason for an establishment that allows sports gambling to be open and operating with sports gambling that late at night. Except for a rare West Coast game, there's no major sporting event that goes to 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. on which to place live bets. Neighbors overwhelmingly support this sentiment. And 3, I have spoken to Commander Bedlian from the Metropolitan Police Department, who reiterates his concern about how this new business would play into the crime triangle that I noted earlier. He noted specifically that as a public safety person, I imagine you're going to have challenges. From a policing perspective, I would not want it in my neighborhood. This neighborhood is not a suburb, it's not inside of a mall, and we have very limited police coverage, particularly overnight. This neighborhood is full of churches, synagogues, schools, residents, and services for homeless individuals. ANC2E asserts that a business that takes bets from 7 a.m. until as late as 3 a.m. with no maximum bets is not appropriate in our neighborhood. We strongly urge ABRA to not grant the endorsement being sought today. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Palmer. Mr. O'Brien.
As I observed in my opening statement, the Council of the District of Columbia has made a legislative judgment that sports wagering is desirable in the District of Columbia. Note, please, that there was no specific objection raised either in the form of cross-examination or in closing statement to this particular storefront, the 3123 to 3125. The opposition really is, we don't want it in Georgetown. But when the council went ahead and promulgated or adopted the statutes and OLG promulgated regulations, there was not a carve out for Georgetown. And we know the council knows how to go about making special rules for Georgetown. I invite the board's attention to DC Code 25-339, which until June 30th limited the number of tavern licenses in Georgetown to 6. Effective June 30th, it's now 12. But the council's demonstrated that if they feel Georgetown needs special treatment, they'll do it. But when they adopted the sports wagering statute and when OLG adopted the regulations, there's no such carve out. So my rhetorical question to the board is, if not here, where? If not in Georgetown, then where? I understand the speculation. We've established my favorite word. That people will leave with large sums of cash and be prey to robbers. Well, what square inch of this city could we not say that of? What makes it different in Georgetown than in Adams Morgan, DuPont, Anacostia, Congress Heights? What's the difference? And the answer is there is no difference. If you take the opposition to its logical extent, you have to say that there's no place in DC that we can have sports wagering for these fears. What comes to mind is an old case called Lejimmy, Lejimmy versus DC ABC Board. for the board's counsel is found at 433 Atlantic 2nd, 1090. It's a 1981 case. And there the argument was from the protestants of an application, there are too many licenses in Georgetown. We don't need any more licenses in Georgetown. And what the board held and that the Court of Appeals endorsed is that's a decision for the council, not for the board. In other words, it was not the province of the board, and the board did not say, that's it, we're declaring no more licenses in Georgetown. Now, eventually, a moratorium was proposed and approved by the council. Of course, that moratorium proved in the long run to be ill-advised and contributed to an awful lot of the vacant storefronts we're talking about. But it's not, in our view, the province of the board to impose a quarantine, a sports wagering quarantine on Georgetown. Again, the opposition here is not specific to this location. They're not saying, hey, if it was 2 blocks this way or 3 blocks up that way, it'd be okay. There's no problem with this particular site. It's the fact that it's in Georgetown. There is no evidence of record upon which the board could condition the granting of this sports wagering endorsement. If the board is to impose conditions in conjunction with approval of an application, it must be derived from substantial evidence of record. And there's just plain no evidence that would allow the board to say, well, we think this or we think that. It would have to be based on evidence. And as we've established, there is no evidence. What's more, for the board to impose conditions would run afoul of the lesson of COPF, K-O-P-F-F versus DC ABC board. That's COPF Roman numeral 2. It's found at 413 Atlantic 2nd, 152, a 1980 case, in which the Court of Appeals said it is not the job of the ABC board to act in essence as a court of appeals or a super approval agency over other coordinate agencies of government. That's why when someone comes in and says to the board, as they did in COPF, you should not approve this application because we don't think the certificate of occupancy should have been issued. The board says in those cases correctly, if there's something wrong with the certificate of occupancy, go complain to DCRA about it. But we, the ABC board, are not going to sit here and rule on certificates of occupancy. And the same lesson came up in one of the DuPont Circle versus ABC board cases, the H.H. Leonard's case, which happened to be mine. The protestants complained that it was not being operated as a legitimate nonprofit. At which point the board said, and the Court of Appeals heartily agreed, then go back to the nonprofit authorities and complain. But it's not the province of the board to rule on whether nonprofit status is being adhered to. Similarly, in this case, for the board to impose conditions on wagering above, addition to, supplemental to the conditions imposed by the statute and regulations adopted by the council and promulgated by the Office of Lottery and Games, would be for the board to be superimposing regulations on a coordinate agency of government. Finally, I spent a fair amount of time trying to establish through the testimony of Mr. Hodelin and Ms. Beating that we're not presenting to the board amateurs here to come in and see if they can learn how to ride the horse. We are showing through this testimony that this is going to be responsibly operated and supervised sports wagering operation. It is not, as some have tried to label it, a casino. It is and that's the purpose of the exhibits that we showed you. Floor plans showing predominantly dining space, tables and bar space. Menu, including a kids menu. And the renderings. This is going to be a sports bar and restaurant. And as one of the witnesses said, sports wagering is going to be ancillary. But in any event, I harp on the qualifications of the proposed tenant and the proposed transferee of the liquor license. Because another older case comes to mind. It's Gerber, Gerber versus District of Columbia ABC Board at 499 Atlantic 2nd, 1193. It's a 1985 case. And there, the Court of Appeals endorsed the board's determination that a particular license applicant was especially qualified for the license which was sought. In that case, it was for a Class B convenience store license, but the owner of the store was a former Maryland state policeman and could be expected to pay special attention to regulation of alcohol. The parallel I'm drawing here is, again, we're not presenting you with amateurs, we're presenting you with professionals. And the board may take that into account. And in sum, I think we presented a compelling case that the sports wagering here will be operated responsibly. And I close with the same question that I posed earlier. If not here, where? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. O'Brien. All right, I want to thank the parties for their presentation today. All right, now, do the parties wish to do proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law? Or
No, thank you.
Yeah, we'll waive.
Thank you. All right, all right, all right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 PRO 00024 M Street Entertainment LLC, trade name to be determined, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575 B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 PRO 00024 M Street Entertainment LLC, trade name to be determined, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575 B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Sure, a second.
Mr. Short, a second. Motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Sure, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Can you repeat yourself? I can hardly hear you, Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis said that he agrees, and Mr. Anderson agrees. Ms. Henson has place in the chat that she agrees. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank everyone for their participation today. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. And I want to thank everyone just for their attention and their participation and their professionalism in presenting the case today. And we will issue a decision accordingly. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Meeting.
All right. All right, so let us do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated June 15th, 2022 between between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and the Washington Marriott Capitol Hill NOMA license number 121373. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I'm sorry. Let's move. I'll now have a roll call vote on the motion before it's Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated June 15th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Washington Marriott Capitol Hill NOMA license number 121372. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson. I cannot hear you, ma'am. Ms. Hanson put in the chat that she agrees. Mr. Grandis? Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated June 15th, 2022 between ANC 2B and Spirits and Spice, license number 121299. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. I cannot hear you, Ms. Henson.
Unmute.
Ms. Henson placed in the chat that she agrees. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated June 21st, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A, the Atlas Performing Arts Center, license number 085207. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny.
I heard part of what Ms. Henson stated, and she stated that she agreed. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated April 19th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3F and Flavor Garden, license number 121338. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson put a thumbs up, and I assume that she agreed. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated May 11th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and TAP 99, license number 116883. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated June 15th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3B and Wingos, license number 108985. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson has put a thumbs up that she agrees. And she has also stated that in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of a settlement agreement dated July 5th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6E and AC Hotel Washington, D.C. Convention Center, license number 116274. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has raised her thumbs that she agreed, and she also wrote it in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
And Mr. Grandis vocalized that he agreed. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of a settlement agreement dated July 5th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Ginza BBQ Lounge and Karaoke Spot, license number 120833. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson did a thumbs up that she agreed. Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of a request to store books and records off licensed premises. This is for Metro Bar, license number 117857. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has put a thumbs up that she agrees. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 11, review of the joint consent motion to reschedule show cause hearing in case number 22 CMP 00014. This is Empire Lounge, license number 110702. The new hearing will be September 28th at 10:30 a.m. I make a motion that we approve this. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Where are the chicken wings?
Ms. Henson has put a thumbs up that she agrees. I apologize. Mr. Anderson, I agree. No matter.
I agree too, Mr.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chairman.
Mr. Grandis. I apologize. The matter passed 6-0. I apologize to the member.
We all need a little humor at the end of a long day, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Grandis. It's difficult to always keep my composure. All right, so thank you very much. So that matter passes 6-0. Number 12, review of the applicant's request to extend protest petition deadline dated July 7th, 2022. This is the request has been made by, the request was made by Pitchers, license number 110437, and the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C consents to the request. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Crockett and was that Mr. Cato? Ms. Crockett and
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Cato. Second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. All right. Ms. Hanson did a thumbs up that she agrees. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review of the medical marijuana regulations notice of a sixth emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson put a thumbs up that she agreed. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review application for the sports wagering endorsement. This is for Ozia Martini and Cigar Bar, license number 117218. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson, the thumbs up that she agrees. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for Wonder Garden, license number 098173. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson put a thumbs up that she agreed. Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Cafe Vino, license number 118904. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has put a thumbs up that she agrees. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, it's review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Extreme Pizza, license number 121794. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated her assent by thumbs up. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request for disposal permit to convey an open alcoholic beverage inventory to the new licensee at the premises location, U Street Partners. This is El Rey, license number 086604. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated by thumbs up. Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of letter from the chairperson of ANC 3D requesting that the ABC board extend the ANC comment period regarding the permitting of medical marijuana facilities until September 30th, 2022. This is an FYI for the board. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental licensing agenda is a review of letter from Tito Castro Esquire requesting an extension of the new renewal deadline due to special circumstances. This is Carolina Bar and Grill, license number 114272. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated her agreement by doing a thumbs up, and that she did an agreement in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined before. The first license is the licensee is a Smith license number 105790. The licensee requests cancellation. The second establishment is Best Vending 2, license number 015112. The licensee requested cancellation. I make a motion then that the ABC board cancel both licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated by doing a thumbs up, and she also indicated her agreement in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board temporary license and one-day substantial change. On this agenda, there are There are 15 applicants on this agenda. I will give the name of the applicants, the class of license that's been requested. I will give the event, the date, the license number, and the attendees. And at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board approves all these licenses. All right, so the first request is a request from Jackson Wupong for one day license class F. This is for a wedding on July 16th, 2022. The license number is 121897, 35 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 2, a request from Konstantinos Metalinos, Metalinos. This is for a one-day license class F for baptism. This is on July 16th, 2022. The license number is 121947, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F. This is for a concert. This is July 16th, 2022. The license number is 121975, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 4, a request from Lana Mahmoud for a one-day license class F. The event is July 20th, 2022. License number is 121976, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 5, a request from Tiffany Arnold. This is for a wedding on September 11th, 2022. The license number is 121869, 65 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 6, the spelling of the name is Mariamawit. The last name is Zewdineh. This is for a one-day license class G. This is for an engagement party. This is July 23rd, 2022. The license number is 121896, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 7, a request from Zachary Cutler, one-day license class G, jazz music event, July 30th, 2022. The license number is 121881, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 8, a request from Aisha Nichelle Keys, a one-day license class G, 50th birthday party, July 16th, 2022. The license number is 121870, 85 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 9, a request from Grant Hill, one-day license class G for a wedding. This is July 24th, 2022. The license number is 121912, 210 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 10, a request from Ziamara Vargas Aponte, one-day license class G, a festival, July 23rd, 2022. The license number is 121992, 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards. Number 11, a request from Brightwood Pizza and Bottle, manufacturer A, one-day substantial change for the HR Music Festival. This is for July 23rd, 2022. The rain date is July 24th, 2022. The license number is 102866. The substantial license number is 22SC00846. Number 12, another request from Brightwood Pizza and Bottle, manufacturer A, one-day substantial change. Nature of the substantial change use license off premises at 1010 Butternut Street North, West Washington, D.C. for the HR Music Festival. This is August 6th, 2022. The rain date is August 7th, 2022. The license number is 102866. The substantial request license number is 22SC00848. Number 13, a request from Old Europe, one-day substantial change for pop-up post-game event. The nature of the substantial change is to change to use license off premises directly outside parcel B for the pop-up vendor at Beer and Bats event at Audi Field. This is July 20th, 2022. The license number is 000585. The substantial change license number is 22SC00858. Number 14, a request from CH Management Corp. This is for Pub Crawl Margarita March. This is for 1,000 participants. The event is August 27th, 2022. The license number is 105025. The substantial change license number is 22 SC 00834. And number 15, the request from Musi Gourmet, GHIRMAY. This is a one-day license class G, celebrating soccer tournament. This was July 10th, 2022. The license number is 121908. 80 attendees, 2 security guards. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated by thumbs up. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our license and administrative docket. The license administrative docket is the final stage for the agency to issue the license for these establishments. So what I will do, I will list the applicant, the category, and what is being requested. On this docket, there are 27 applicants. I'll review all 27 at the end of the 27th. I'll make a motion that the ABC board approve the issuance of these licenses. So the first request, a request from Play DC, license number 112274, their Retail FC Tavern, corporate name change application. The new name is Play DC Restaurant and Lounge LLC. The next request is a request from the Crucible, license number 112781, their Retail CX Club, change of officer application to now add Elizabeth Ann Thorno, THROUNK. Number 3, a request from the Crucible, license number 112718, Retailer CX Club, change of officer application to add William Whitney Matlock. Number 3, another request from the Crucible, license number 112781, CX Club, letter of request to remove the officer Fraser Botsford. Number 5, a request from Walmart, license number 092202, retailer full service grocery, change of officer application. Julie A. Flynn, Assistant Secretary, Sarah C. Little, Assistant Secretary, Emma J. Waddle, VP, and the removal of John Scudder and David Reedin. Number 6, Walmart number 3035, license number 109874, retailer B Full Service Grocery, change of officer application. Julie A. Flynn, Assistant Secretary, Sarah C. Little, Assistant Secretary, Emma J. Waddle, VP, and the removal of John Scudder and David Reedin. Number 7, Walmart number 5968, license number 109902, retailer B Full Service Grocery, change of officer application. Julie A. Flynn, Assistant Secretary, Sarah R. Little, Assistant Secretary, Emma J. Waddle, VP, and the removal of John Scudder and David Reedin. Number 8, the Haymaker, license number 084689, Retailer C Tavern, corporate name change application. The new name is Another Round LLC. Number 9, the Haymaker, license number 084689, Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is the Haymaker Bar. Number 10, Yours Truly DC/Mercy Me, license number 108492, Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove the officer Jai Chen. Number 11, Surfside, license number 117402, Retailer C Restaurant, off-premise storage application Made to Measure Cocktails LLC. Number 12, Pursuit of Hopeness, license number 121993, Pub Crawl license application. Number 13, Live K, license number 121178, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 14, Hotel Tabard Inn, license number 121460, Caterer license, new ABC license application. Number 15, Old City Cafe, license number 121029, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 16, Churcher, CHER, Restaurant and Bar, license number 118460, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 17, Georgetown Wine and Spirits, license number 121349, Retailer A Liquor Store transfer with sale application. Number 18, 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 19, Love Makato, license number 121351, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 20, Love Makato, license number 121351, Retailer C Restaurant, carry out and delivery endorsement application. Number 21, Foxtrot, license number 121302, Retailer B Full Service Grocery Store, new ABC license application. Number 22, Foxtrot, license number 121304, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 23, CGI 1100 OPO Management LLP, trade name to be determined, license number 120990, Retailer 20B 25%, trade name change application. The new name is Waldorf Astoria, Washington, D.C. Number 24, Silverman's Liquors, license number 121939, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 25, Trinity Social, D.C., license number 120254, Retailer B, new ABC license application. Number 26, Stadium LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 120917, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. And number 27, Spirits and Spice, license number 121209. License number 121299, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve these applications. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated by a thumbs up that she agrees, and she has also indicated in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we now move to the cease and desist agenda for caterers. On the cease and desist agenda for caterers, there are 10 licensees. So the ABC board will be issuing cease and desist orders to the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. I will review all 10. I'll give the reasons, and then at the end of the list, I'll ask that the board approve the issuance of cease and desist for these caterers. The first one is Catering by Uptown, license number of 078560. They did not renew. The number 2 is a request by Hill Country, license number 089475. They did not renew. Georgetown Events is number 3. The license number is 093733. They did not renew their license. Number 4, Catering Resources LLC, license number 100508. They did not renew their license. Number 5, Blue Jacket, license number 103546. The license did not renew. Number 6 is Keys, license number 107384. The licensee did not renew. Number 7, Aloha CR3W Entertainment and Catering, license number 108399. The licensee did not renew. Number 8, Circa at Navy Yard, El Bebe, license number 111571. Licensee did not renew. Number 9, Made with Love Kitchen Catering and Creations, license number 113438. Licensee did not renew. And number 10, Impeccable Occasions, license number 115196. Licensee did not renew. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board issues cease and desist orders regarding these establishments. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Takeda.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson agreed by indicating a thumbs up, and she's also going to indicate that in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. All right. We now move to our this is our cease and desist agenda for Class C and Class D. And on this agenda, there are 97 establishments. And yes, I have to read all 97 names in the record to establish a record. So the ABC board will be issuing cease and desist orders to the following licensees. And one of the reasons why the ABC board will be issuing cease and desist orders is that all of these licensees, these Class C and D, they have not renewed their license. And so therefore, because they have not renewed their license, we will be issuing cease and desist orders for these 97 establishments. So at the end of the list, I will make the motion. The first licensee on the list is the Sphinx Club Inc. License number 000645. The next one is Post Pub, license number 000705. Then the next establishment is Washington Council Home, license number 000799. The Congressional Club, license number 000895. Cafe Mozart, license number 003664. El Challen, license number 006251. La Lomita Dos, license number 015387. Habana Village, license number 024197. East San Cafe, license number 025040. Chinatown Garden Restaurant, license number 025796. Mediterra, MEDATTERRA, license number 026206. Prince Hall Freemason and Eastern Star Chapter Foundation, license number 026242. Afghan Grill, license number 060278. Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Nile Market, license number 060432. Restaurante La Perla, license number 060535. Le Celis, license number 060754. Sharita Madrid Restaurant, license number 060806. Full Key Restaurant, license number 073951. Noosh Restaurant and 280 Restaurant, license number 074333. Darlington House Cantina Kitchen Library, license number 8028. Aqua L2 Suna Harold Black Bar, license number 080056. Birch and Barley, Church Key, license number 080839. ACIA, ACACIA, license number 080916. Cedar, license number 081157. Tratu, TRATTU, license number 081907. Hill Country, license number 083696. Teak Wood Restaurant, license number 084954. Salt and Pepper, license number 086790. New Big Wong, license number 087235. Shangri-La Lounge, license number 087348. Luke's Lobster, license number 087667. Tortina Restaurant, license number 087730. Dance Place, license number 095396. Bad Saint, license number 095459. Tadich Grill, TADICH Grill, license number 095493. Provision number 14, license number 096425. Pops C Bar 1, license number 096627. Nagomi, NAGOMI, license number 096999. Tarfuo, TARTUFO, license number 099054. Hazel, 099839. Dalkaya, DAILKAYA, license number 088296. Fuel Pizza and Wings, license number 088727. Hank's Oyster Bar, license number 089718. Blue Jacket The Arsenal, license number 090281. MXDC, license number 090420. Red Apron at Union Market, 091030. Gallery O on H, license number 094849. Spice a Caribbean Jerk Joint, license number 095380. The Avenue, license number 101007. 14th Street Cafe Asian Bistro, license number 101066. Da Hong Po, license number 101430. Roti Mediterranean Grill, license number 102597. Roti Mediterranean Grill, license number 102598. The Wide Down, license number 104111. Takira Rositica Fresca, TAQUERIA, ROSTICERIAFRESCA, license number 104296. The Pretzel Bakery, license number 104786. Takira Del Barrio, license number 105472. Hando Medo, license number 105728. Florentijin Restaurant, FLORENTIJIN Restaurant, license number 106021. Lodi, LADUREE, license number 106089. Capital Crab and Seafood, license number 106151. Benito's Place, license number 106428. Kalwi, KALIWA, license number 106681. Bomb, license number 106857. Gravitas, license number 107258. Bluestone Lane, license number 108767. Liberté Le Annex, license number 109013. Oath Pizza, license number 109339. Sidamo Coffee and Tea Inc., license number 109491. Cachis Tacos and Cantina, license number 109570. Astro, AROSTO Pizza, license number 109920. Georgetown Social, license number 110044. Deja Vu Lounge, the District Sports Bar, license number 110186. Luna Restaurant, license number 112282. Filomito, license number 112439. Union Kitchen, license number 112898. Hopscotch Bar and Grill, license number 112965. Little Sesame, license number 113187. Time, THAMEE, license number 113399. The Block, license number 113549. Rice Bar, license number 113948. Carolina Bar and Grill, license number 114272. Quilux Restaurant and Lounge, license number 114288. Rebel Taco Cantina, license number 114801. Union Kitchen, license number 115031. ABC Pony, license number 115244. La Riguras, license number 115606. The Roost, license number 116333. Sumtam, license number 116352. Copacabana, COPACABANA, license number 117305. Shinwari, SHINWARI Grill, license number 117478. Le Cachava Bistro, license number 117768. High Road Cycling, license number 117890. K Kebab, license number 118111. Union Kitchen, license number 118691. Cafe Vino, license number 118904. And El Ranchito, LRINCONCITO Cafe, license number 024338. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board issues cease and desist orders for these Class C and D licensees for their failure to renew their license. Is there a second?
And this will second.
Mr. Grant is a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson is indicated by a thumbs up. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We have now come to the end of our agenda. We have also come to the end of our calendar and our agendas for the day. And if there are no further matters, I will now close our meeting. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on July 20th, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal license and investigative agenda for July 20th, 2022, as published in DC Registry on July 15th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Ms. Henson has indicated by a thumbs up that she has agreed. She has also recorded her vote in the chat. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank members of the public who have participated in this matter and the board members who have also participated in this matter. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great day.